Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Umineko Chapter 8. We finished our quizzes, and we're on to whatever is next after that, since everyone was promising the game will be over soon, at least in-universe. Thinking maybe we'll be moving on to the tea party soon? We'll see where that goes. Or maybe we'll just move to a storyline that takes place outside of the game. A more meta story than this story that's made here specifically for the meta character Ange. Who knows? Anyway, after putting Ange to sleep in the parlor, Genji and the others returned. Thanks. Was she sleeping well? Yes. She's sleeping peacefully. The news from here won't reach the parlor, right? That's right. The door's closed. I don't think it'll reach. Ange. Sweet dreams, Ange. Sweet dreams. Well then. Thanks, Beatrice. That's enough solemn farewells. Let's begin the magnificent festivities we have planned for the after party. Who knows what we have planned for that? When Beato clapped her hands loudly above her head, a white flash filled the hall and its entire appearance changed in an instant. The hall transformed into a golden party chamber with gold butterflies flitting about and gold leaf dancing every... Motherfucker. Are you serious? We're going to a dance party? We're actually going into a dance party? The true party shall now begin. My prediction when I started this, and I even posted it in Discord, was what's next for this visual number? A song and dance routine, perhaps? That's me verbatim. And here we go. You said it. Okay, the anti-magic toxin is totally gone. Everyone come on in. The party after the show is gonna start. About to start. With a burst of applause and cheering, a tornado of gold butterflies rose up in the center of the room, and by the time it passed, the number of faces had grown significantly. Alright. Let the witch of the future find happiness, and let us of the past be rewarded for our efforts, yes? Indeed. Let's enjoy ourselves as well. Come on, haven't we been enjoying ourselves the whole time? In this world, the one who enjoys the most is the true winner. Come, let's have the seven sisters over here too. Seven sisters of purgatory right here. Lucifer. Nice. I can't believe the game's over. Alright, Leviathan. What you're doing? Crying at the after party? Little crybaby. Lord Beatrice-sama, thank you for the invitation. I want to see a 6-year-old Ange-sama sleeping face and have it all to myself. And I want to see the food and have it all to myself. And then I want a hot guy to have all to myself. Why are you clinging to Battler when you say that? Looks like Beatrice is a bit jealous. But wait, all of these are Battler's minions. How could it actually be awkward for him? Stop it, thief. I guess Rudolph's a little bit old for her. Glad to see you, Seven Sisters of Purgatory. Enjoy yourself. Things do get much noisier the moment they enter a room. And what's so terrible about that? It still isn't nearly noisy enough. Another gold cyclone rose up. In its wake, 3 people with bunny ears came into view. Siesta Sisters, Imperial Guards right here. What are you here to do? You guys don't know how to have fun. Maybe 45 does. It's such an honor to be summoned to a gathering such as this. I haven't had nearly enough fun for it to end yet. Dare I agree with you? But fear not, for our game shall continue much longer than this. For eternity inside the cat box. Glad to have you here, Siesta Sisters. Lord Battler, allow me to express our deep gratitude for your invitation. In the future, we'll endeavor to show even more. Hey, don't be so stiff and formal. Tonight, we're all equal. That's right. Battler gets it, yeah. Up at 4 times. Getting carried away, we'll get in trouble.
Hi, Riche.
Hey there, Riche. A long time no see. How long's it been since we've had so many of us here? Was it like chapter 3? Oh yeah, Nazi's trial, chapter 5. You could hardly call that one a party. Yeah, Beatrice's right. Well, if you're talking about a party, you'd better not try and leave us out of it. Sorry, Zopar and Furfur, you got left out of most parties in this game. Damn, just how many of them are there? They keep coming like this, there'll be more of them than us humans. You can come out now, Soktaro. Soktaro finally being seen for the first time. Lord Battler. It was an honor to receive your invitation. Let it be known that it is an honor. Glad you came. I'm glad you came. It's been a long time. How you been? Very well, thank you. Fighting with you is always extremely fun. You know, usually when people say fighting with you is always extremely fun, they usually have a more positive expression on their face and don't look like their mom just got ran over by a bus. I've had enough of stamping documents. She sounds bothered by the fact that she's stamping documents. Commander Delano? Know that your to-do box is piling up as we speak. Please make haste with the approval of our vacation paper. Extremely important. Sounds like living in the Great Courts is as boring as ever. Lord Battler. I'm fear I must bring you some sad news. Oh, what's that? Delanor held out an envelope. It was one of the invitation cards Battler had handed out for this night's party. The name on the card was Furudo Erika.
私たちも手は尽くしたのです。
We did all we could. The invitation was filled with stamps bearing the unreadable words of various foreign countries. Even without reading them, it was easy to guess it had been returned to sender destination unknown.
そうか。
I see.
苦労かけたな。あり
Well,
がとう。
thanks for trying so hard.
忘却の深淵は住所なき無限の砂漠、あるいは深海の底。
The depths of oblivion are like an empty, endless desert, or perhaps the bottom of the sea.
ベルンカステル教以外の誰にも彼女の居場所を知ることはできないのです。
No one besides Lady Berncastel herself could find her location. Wow, Rip
一
Delanor.
応あの魔女どもにも招待状は送った。
I sent invitations to those witches too. Who knows
気
what
を
those
利か
shows.
せて連れてきてくれりゃいいんだがな。
We'll have to hope they have the kindness to bring her along. Yeah, what do you think? Witches? You think the witches are gonna have the kindness to bring her along? I mean, they might just because this is a funny meta game, but who knows?
ベルンカステル教は猫のような御人よ。
Lady Berncastel is just like a cat.
自分に興味があれば勝手に寄ってくるが、興味がなければいくら呼ぼうとも姿を現さぬ。
She'll show up whenever she feels like it, but when she isn't in the mood, she'll never come no matter how often you call her. Goddamn cats.
そうね。あの子はまさに猫。
That kid's totally like a cat. Speaking of the devil, here she is.
餌は食べに来るけど決して頭は撫でさせない。
She'll come to get her food, but she won't let you pet her head. I suppose that works too.
ラムダデルタ。
Lambda
お前
Delta.
は来てくれたんだな。
She came.
私、こう見えても全然暇じゃないのよね。
Believe it or not, I'm a busy person, okay? You're right, I don't.
でもまあ、一応ベアとの後見人だし。
Still, I am Beato's guardian. It's only fitting that you
あ
show
ん
up
たの
again.
後見人も私じゃなかったっけ？
Wasn't I your guardian as well? Yes. Yes, you were.
まあ、そんなわけで、キリよ、キリ。
I came because it's my responsibility.
ちょっと近くまで来たから寄っただけ。
I happened to be in the neighborhood, so I stopped by.
ああ、そこの子だ。
Hey, you, go
こ
to.
れ手土産にいろいろ持ってきたの。
I brought some presents.
適当に盛り付けて出しちゃってもらえる？
Just put these wherever for me. For someone who just dropped by because she was in the neighborhood, she brought an awful lot of presents, which included colorfully wrapped bottles and food boxes.
ベルンカステルはまだ来ていない。
Berncastel isn't here yet.
来ないんじゃない？
I really think she'd come.
負けたゲームにのこのこと顔を出す子じゃないわよ。
She's not the kind of kid who'd just drop by to say hi at a game she'd lost.
であろうな。
Probably.
何しろプライドの高い御人だ。
After all, she is very proud.
あいつにゃ散々な目に遭わされたような気もするが、
I remember her putting us through
そ
hell.
れでもこのゲームに関わったプレイヤーの一人のはず。
She's still one of the players in this game.
最後のゲームの最後の夜をのんびり祝ってもいいのにと思ったんだが。
I thought it'd be fun to have her over to celebrate the final night of the final game.
そうね。
You're right, you're
あ
right.
の子がいなかったら、このゲームはこの結末を迎えなかったかもね。
Without her, this game might not have reached its conclusion.
敵も味方も、ゲームを成立させるための絶対要素よ。
Enemies and allies are the bare minimum you need for a game. Okay.
そうであるな。
True, true.
敵がいなければゲームにさえならぬ。
Without a foe, there can be no game. There must always be a game. There must always be a foe.
私は敗北さえもゲームの一部として楽しんでるけれどね。
At least I can enjoy defeat as just another part of the game. Does, not like the other one? Or does the other one not like that?
あの子はそうじゃない。
That kid can't. Oh, there's the answer. She can't.
仕方ないわ。いろいろあったから。
It's too bad, but she's been through a lot. That's fair, I suppose.
だから、あの子を責めないであげて。
Please don't blame her too harshly. I guess I won't then. Don't see a reason to directly oppose you there.
本当は感謝するつもりだった。
Actually, I was planning on
いろ
thanking
いろあ
her.
ったが、お前がいなかったら今日を迎えられなかったと感謝し
So
よう
thanks
と
to
思
her,
っ
we
て
were able to make it to where we are today.
ありがとう。今度あの子に会えるのがいつかはわからないけれど。
I don't know when I'll see her next. It's okay, you don't have to do that.
運が良ければ数百年後にはまた会えるわ。
If I'm lucky, I'll get my chance in a few hundred years.
その時伝えてあげる。
I'll let her know what you
そう
said.
そう、それはそうと、
Oh, that's right.
招待状はないんだけれど、今日はお客を連れてきたわ。
I don't have invitations, but I brought 2 guests with me.
客
2 guests?
誰
Yes.
だ
Who?
心当たりには軒並み招待状を送ったつもりだったんだが、
I'm pretty sure I sent invitations to all the usual suspects.
いらっしゃい、二人とも。
Come on over, you two. Who did she bring as guests?
紹介するわ。
I'll introduce you. These two. When Lambda snapped her fingers, the empty air exploded and 2 forms appeared. No, I wasn't
ウィラー
expecting
ドではありませんか。
that. Well, if it isn't Willard.
よう、
Hey,
相変わらずちっせえな。
I see you're as short as ever.
知らぬ客人だ。
Now here are some unfamiliar guests, but familiar to the reader, fear not.
彼らは何者であるか。
Who are they?
いててて、つねるな、シリ。
Don't pinch my ass.
まず自己紹介が先ではありませんか。
Shouldn't we be introducing ourselves first?
多分この世界のバトラ君たちは私たちのことを知りませんので。
I'm fairly certain Padler and the others don't know about us. You would be correct in that assumption.
服に片翼のわしがあるな。
Ah, you have the mark of the one-winged eagle on your clothes? Yep. Battler's first to make note of something? Okay.
後ろ宮家の人間なのか？
Are you an Ushiramiya? Very observant battler. Very observant.
後ろ宮リオンと申します。
My name is Ushiramiya Leon. Yes. Very good, very good.
私の世界ではあなたとは仲のいいいとこ同士
In
です。
my world, we're cousins. Cousins, she says. Or he says, she
紹
says.
介するわ。
Let's not think about it too hard. I'll introduce Leon.
奇跡的確率の世界でのみ生まれる後ろ宮家の次期当主よ。
This is the successor to the Ushiramiya family headship, born only in a world of extremely low probability.
そこではジェシカは一人っ子じゃない。
In that world, Jessica isn't an only child.
リオンの妹なのよ。
She's Leon's little sister.
そりゃ驚いた。
Now there's a surprise. Yeah, I imagine Battler being pretty
そんな
surprised.
世界があるのか。
So there's a world like that? It would seem so.
もしやそなたは。
Couldn't be.
はじめまして、ベアトリーチェ。
Pleased to meet you, Beatrice.
私はあなたのことをよく知っていますよ。
Evening, my friend. I know lots about you. He knows quite a lot, and Beatrice is just like, are you me? The alternate timeline me?
私にとってあなたが幸せな笑顔を浮かべることは
Seeing
何に
you
も
smile
勝
is
る
the
喜びです。
greatest joy I can imagine.
今夜を迎えられたあなたを私は誰よりも祝福します。
I'm as glad as anyone else that you've made it through to this point.
そうか、
I see.
そなたなのか。
So it's you. Yes, it's her. Anything particular?
よくぞ
Glad to
来
hear.
てくれた。
Beato realized who and what Leon was. Two of them stared at each other's faces as though looking at their own face in the mirror. Yeah. Exactly what you're looking for.
俺はウィラード。
But Willard's the name.
あんたの知らないゲームで巻き込まれた ただの通りすがりだ。
I'm just a passing stranger who got caught up in a game you know nothing about. It is what it is. Which games with
彼
witches,
は
you know?
私と同じ大法院の異端審問官です。
He's an inquisitor from the Great Court, like myself.
優秀でしたがもう引退を。
A truly skilled one, although he's now retired.
そうか。ドラノールの友人なら悪いやつじゃないな。
Well, I see. If you're Delanor's friend, you can't be anyone
よう
bad.
こそ。
They have the same blue. Please make yourself at home.
この二人は一体どこから？
Where did these two come from? Who knows?
ベルンが連れてきて駒にしたのよ。
Byrne brought them in and made them
用
pieces.
済みにされて潰されかけたところを私が預かったの。
When she was about done with them and about to crush them, I picked them up.
後味が悪いのは嫌だってアウアウに言われてね。
Ao said leaving them there would leave a bad aftertaste.
大丈夫であるか？
Is that
も
okay?
し万一ベルンカステル教がここに来るよ
If
うな
by
ことが
chance
あった
Lady
ら
Berncastel does drop by here.
このゲーム版の上では私の駒よ。
Oh, on this game board there are my pieces,
こんな
okay?
ところでひょっこり再会したらあの子がどんな表情を浮かべるか
I
見て
can't wait to
み
see
た
that
くて。
look on that kid's face when she bumps into him in a place like this.
よくわからんが、性悪なことを考えて連れてきたってことは理解したぜ。
Honestly, I don't get it, but you clearly brought them here for some shady reason.
私の手土産はこれで終わり。
That's all for my
あと
gift.
はのんびりくつろがせてもらう
I'll
わ。
just hang around for the rest.
あとはホストのあんたに譲るわね。
I'll leave the rest to you, the host. It's like Lambda Delta's here just to get a rise out of Berncastel. She's like, if she shows up, I'll troll her. Sounds good to me.
さあバトラ教
Hum, Lord Battle.
あなたが告げなきゃ始まらない。
If you don't announce it, we can't start.
今宵の長きにわたるゲームのお疲れ様パーティーの始まりよ
The start of tonight's party at the end of this long, long game.
諸君静粛に
Ladies and gentlemen, your silence,
我
please.
らが領主バトラ教のお言葉であるぞ。
Our territory lord, Lord Battler, has a message he wishes to convey to you all.
よせやいそれ。
Enough of that.
なんか
It's embarrassing.
恥ずかしい。
妻の大事な仕事であろうが。
Come on, it's a wife's responsibility. Battler has imagined... I guess Battler's dead. Fictitious Battler imagines Beatrice as his actual wife.
奪わせはせん。
I'm not letting anyone else take it. Beato sulked and handed Battler a glass of champagne. Come to think of it, everyone had a glass in their hands now.
マリアは子供なんだからジュース
No
にしな
beer,
さい。
only champagne. Mari, you're a kid, so drink some sparkling cider instead.
マリアもシャンパンがいい。
I want champagne too.
ほら、マリアちゃんも僕とお揃いのジュースにしよ
Come on, Mario. Why don't we drink some sparkling cider together? Did they say juice in Japanese? I wasn't paying
ぬるくなっち
attention.
まうぞ。
Battler, our drinks are getting warm.
同感であるな。始めよバトラー。
Begin, Battler. No bitching out.
異議はありませんな。
No objections, I
さ
see.
あこちらへどうぞ。
This way,
バトラー
please, Lord Battler. Bernabe motioned towards the center of the room. When Battler stepped forward, everyone silently awaited his words.
う。よく集まってくれたな。みんな。
Glad y'all could make it.
長かった俺とベアとのゲームはこれで全ておしまいだ。
This marks the end of my long game with
こ
Beato.
れまで駒としてプレイヤーとしてあるいはゲームマスターとして関わってきたみんなを今宵は招待させていただいた。
I invited everyone who's been part of this game as a piece, a player, or a game
ど
master.
うか明けぬ夜を存分に楽しんでほしい。
I hope you enjoy this unending night to the fullest. Cheers. Everyone raised their glasses to the heavens as they cheered, and afterwards the soft sound of glasses clinking together rang out across the room. So it was a party, alright. Only I was apart from all that fun noise. Maybe that was what did it. Before I realized it, my cheeks were wet with tears. I was lying on the sofa covered by a blanket. I can barely remember getting sleepy and falling asleep in a chair. Someone probably carried me here. I can't actually hear them, but I get the feeling everyone's still in the hall having a good time. I want to go out there too. But no. I will go. Over there. It's what I wanted all along, but I never took the first step. I'll go to where everyone is. My head still feels hazy, so there aren't any complicated thoughts in my mind. But that's okay. It's okay if my head's empty. I'll be together with everyone. I'll go to where they are, and that's all that matters. I got up from the sofa and put on my shoes. Let's go to where everyone is. The parlor door was shut. I tried to open it, but maybe because of my clumsiness I couldn't get it open. It was a bit creepy, as though the bad dream I just had was still going on.
開かない。
It won't open.
どうして？
Why?
鍵はかかってないのに。
It isn't even locked. My mood grew darker and darker. The knob that locks or unlocks the door is on this side. If I twist it, I should be able to lock or unlock it. I turned it. There's no keyhole. At least in that image. Click. The door won't open. Did I accidentally just lock it now? I turned it. Click. The door won't open. It didn't open last time. It should have opened this time. I don't have a clue how I'm supposed to turn it to unlock the door. I kept on alternating between turning the lock and roughly twisting the doorknob. I began getting irritated, wondering why they locked me away behind such an inconvenient door. Eventually, I ran out of patience and pounded hard on the door, but the noise didn't bring anyone to me. Why am I locked in a place like this all alone? Everyone else is having a party, right? Right there in the hall? Let me out of here. Let me out of here. At that moment, a cold wind blew past me. The wind rippled through my hair. Wind inside? I turned around to find the window curtain waving about. There was a sound like scraping or crying. At some point, the double window had opened outwards towards the darkness, and the icy wind that came through it told me this window was the only exit from this room. I suddenly realized the darkness beyond the open window was glaring at me, and my heart leapt. Jing, jing. A cute sound rang out. I finally understood. The sound was a cat's bell. The glaring emerald eyes in the darkness were those of a cat standing in the open window. Burn Castell's gonna troll the whole party by bringing Ange around? Its pitch black, luxuriant fur left only the eyes visible, blending it in with the darkness easily. Did the Yoshiromiya family even own a cat? It has a bell on it, so it can't be a stray. It's a cat someone owns. At any rate, the cat was standing by the window and staring straight at me.
誰？
Who are you? Of course, the cat didn't answer my question. I didn't think it was a cute cat, but I thought it might be trying to tell me something, so I approached it slowly. As I did, the cat did an about face, turning its back to me, and then it turned its head to look at me, almost as though it was telling me to follow it. And it leapt down into the darkness, leaving the jingle of its bell behind. Now you see, cats just naturally appear anywhere there are people. They don't actually have to be brought to the island. They'll just spawn in like real life is a video game. When I peeked out of the window, I saw the cat waiting for me under the pounding rain, and I finally realized this window was the only exit out of this closed room parlor. The cat must have come to tell me that. The longer I keep standing around here, the longer the cat will have to wait in the rain, and that's no good. It'll catch cold. Wait, it'll catch cold or I'll catch cold? It'll catch cold. Yep. I climbed up onto the windowsill and went out the window. The wind was strong, the rain was cold, but I didn't get as wet as I thought I would. I might have been in the mansion's shadow. When the cat saw I was outside, it walked along the wall of the mansion as if guiding me, and it quickly disappeared into the blackness, but every now and then it would turn around and set the bell jingling to let me know it was there. Eventually a window with the light seeping out came into view. It was the window to the hall. When I peeked inside, I saw everyone having a good time. I couldn't hear their voices, but they were all right there.
開けて！
Open
開け
up!
て！
Open up! Let me in! I pounded on the window, but no one heard. Maybe the window was really thick, or maybe it was just noisy inside, or it might have been so dark outside that I blended in with the darkness. In any event, no matter how much I hit the window, it didn't look as though anyone noticed. By this point, my loneliness was giving way to anger. Why won't you notice me? Why'd you lock me up in the room all alone? I've had enough. I'll get inside somehow and yell at everyone. When the cat realized I'd given up knocking on the window, it led me onwards with another jingle. But just where is this cat going? I know it's following the wall of the mansion, but that's not the way to the front door. The front door might be locked. I'm sure the cat knows the way into the mansion and is leading me there. Away from the light seeping from the hall and toward the blackness lit only dimly by the lights in the garden, the cat and I continued walking. Then I found it. An open window. The cat stood below it and looked between me and the window as though telling me to go inside.
ありがとう猫さん
Thanks,
お
kitty.
礼にあなたにミルクがあげたいの
I'd like to give you some milk to
一緒
take
に
you.
いらっしゃい
Won't you come with me? When I walked closer to pick the cat up, it slipped away from my hands and flew into the bushes in a nearby flower bed. Then, as though it really had melted away into the darkness inside the bush, all traces of it vanished. No matter how much I strained my ears, I couldn't hear the sound of that bell. Suddenly, the wind changed directions and the rain started hitting me fiercely. I can't stay here forever.
入ろう
Alright,
どこの部屋だろ
I'll
う
go in. What room is this, I wonder? I climbed up onto the windowsill and entered the room, and then the window silently shut and locked itself. Alright, hear me out, Beatos the cat. No, 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 no. That's Berncastel. At best, it'll be Aurora. Featherine. It's likely Berncastel. Good, that saves me the trouble of doing it myself. The room was completely dark, however, as my eyes got used to the darkness, I was able to make out a few things. It was a large room. There was a long table and many chairs. It was the dining hall. Perhaps because I realized this and relaxed, it quickly became hard for me to make out the details. I searched blindly along the wall for the light switch and finally felt a familiar shape. Wouldn't it be annoying if I pushed this and the light didn't come on? Click. In fact, it was nearly the opposite, and an annoyingly bright light filled the dining hall, making my eyes hurt. I slowly opened my tightly shut eyes. And then I saw the state the room was in. The dining hall was covered with blood. Here and there were people lying on the floor, and I realized 2 of the people were my own parents. Ooh, a murder here.
Yeah, 盛り上がっているかい参加者諸君
Are you having a great time, people?
盛り上がらない子は私たちが食べちゃうわ
If anyone's not having a good time, we're gonna eat you.
騒げや歌えや
今宵
Yeah.
の主演を
And sing the praises of tonight's banquet. The hall was alive with the mingling of humans and the magical illusions who lived on this island. At first, everyone stayed with their own groups, too nervous to mingle. However, as time passed, people started moving around and both halves began chatting happily together.
とにかく言うことを聞かないのよね基本的に
But they just never listen, do they?
リーダーシップが大事だと思うんや。
Leadership's important.
背中で語らにゃ部下はついてこんでいい。
You need to lead by example if you want anyone to follow you.
それでついてくる部下なら問題はないのだが一筋縄ではいかん
Maybe some subordinates are like that, but I've never had any success with ordinary methods.
とにかくね部下には舐められたらおしまいなのよ
Anyway, you're done for if your subordinates don't take you seriously. Uh-oh, Lucifer's in trouble. Or, not Lucifer. Yeah, Lucifer, right? Satan's blonde.
たまには小さなミスをわざとらしくみんなの前で大声で叱責するのも大
It's
事だ
important to scold people loudly, even for small mistakes, every once in a while in front of everyone else.
そんなのダメみんなに怖がられるだけ
Can't do that, it'll make everyone scared.
リーダーはみんなの模範にならなきゃダメだよ
A leader has to be an example for everyone to
リー
follow.
ダーたるものはね
If you really want to be a leader,
うんぬんかんぬんうんぬんかんぬん
everyone listened intently to the Vegeta Lion's theory on leadership. This was after several rounds of drinks had gone by and everyone was unnaturally focused on the conversation.
キリエどうしてキリエは嫉妬すればするほど強くなるの
Why do you get stronger the more jealous you are?
人聞き悪いことを言わないで
Don't make it sound so bad.
私は欲しいものを逃さない
If I want something, I won't let it slip
それ
away.
を常に実践してるだけなんだから
There's no. I always put that theory into practice. There's nothing more to it.
そうそう お待たせしました。
Thanks for waiting,
ま
everyone.
だまだお料理は続きますよ。
Even more food's on its way.
勝手に当家のパーティーを仕切って。
Putting another family party like
しかし悔しいですが、身のこなしすべてに隙がありません。
And yet, well, I hate to admit it, every movement of his is flawless.
どこのホテルで修行を。
Just what sort of hotel did he train at?
仕方ないわよ。ロノウェ様は完璧魔人だもん。
Too bad. Runaway-sama just happens to be totally perfect.
でも私はゴーダの方が好きよ。
But I still love Koda more. Of course Beelzebub does. Of course she does. Look how cute Beelzebub is. Is this the best sprite for Does she have the best sprite out of all the 7 sisters? The new sprites, that is.
これ焼き加減最高だってば。
That spoon's been cooked just right. The 7 sisters had blended into the party perfectly and they were making things interesting.
しかしですな、バンダイン20足で否定されつつも、名作と呼ばれるミステリーは数多くありますぞ。
And yet, many great mysteries are called masterpieces despite being shut down by Van Dyne's 20 rules.
別に否定してるわけじゃねえ。
Well, it's not like I'm trying to shut down
ミ
anything.
ステリーなんて所詮は娯楽。
Mystery novels exist for the sake of your own amusement.
楽しんだもん勝ちだ。
I mean, if you have fun, that's all that matters. I suppose Willard's right.
あのウィザードハン
And
ティン
so
グ
is
ライト
Sancho.
も随分と丸くなったものと知るものなりや。
Know that even the great wizard hunting right has gone quite soft.
文学も娯楽も時代に応じて作法が変わることもあります。
Whether it's literature or forms of amusement generally accepted, rules change with the
推
time.
理小説もまた
It must be the
同じという
same
ことで
with
しょう。
mystery novels, yes? Genji, wise words. Everyone chimed in on Will's theory of mystery novels. There was no shortage of things to talk about.
確かに新人の心構えはそう
It
あ
is a
るべき
fitting
だ。
attitude for a beginner.
だがそれではいつまでも中堅にはなれんね。
However, at that rate, you'll never be a key player in your organization.
しかしながら規則は遵守すべきものであると知りたまえ。
But know that the regulations are always to be enforced.
そんなものは新しき新人が守ればいい。
That's something for newbies to say. I was gonna say, Cornelia, you'll never get anywhere like that, just like Kraus said. But Belfegor
規
said,
則など新人用のテンプレートであることを忘れてはならんぞ。
don't forget, regulations and rules are guidelines for the new people who don't know better.
そういうこった。
Ah, you've said
ルー
it.
ルの外での働き方を覚えて、ようやく一人前なんだぜ。
You can't really call yourself an adult until you learn how to move outside the rules. Yes, Kraus is encouraging her to break the rules. But Kraus is always someone who loses in his gambles, so I don't know about
ルー
that.
ルに縛られてるうちは、まだまだ半人前だな。
You're still a kid if you let the rules hold you back.
私仕事を人に譲るのも耐えられないの。
I just can't stand letting other people do the work.
私は強欲のマモン。
I'm Mammoth of
仕
Greed.
事はみんな
I do
私が
all
独
the
り占め
jobs
にしちゃうわ。
myself. You're a control freak?
あなたいい根性じゃない。
That's some spirit you've got
煉
there.
獄の七姉妹ってお給金どのくらい？
How much do they pay you for being a sister of
うちの主
Purgatory?
人の会社に入りなさいよ。推薦してあげるから。
Come get a job at my husband's business instead. I'll recommend you personally. The humans and illusions were now very much on casual terms.
なるほど。これ
I
が
see.
魔女の世界のお作法なのですか。
Yeah, Rudolph's in trouble because he scammed the wrong person and got slapped with court fees and fines. I'm pretty sure it was his business expanding into another country where he, I think didn't have the rights to do something is what got him in trouble. Because they said that's what happened both in passing and in the actual phone call they give us later on. So this is how it's done in the world of witches. Apparently not so here.
そうにそうに。
Yeah, you got it. You
カ
got
ッ
it.
プのお茶をお皿に垂らし、両手の手のひらをテーブルに押し付けて、お皿のお茶を犬みたいにチューチュー吸うのが我々のお作法に。
Gesture for Ted, the trolling. Where we come from, you pour the tea onto the saucer, press your palms on the table, and slurp it like a dog.
あんた何変なこと教え
What
て
the
ん
hell
の
are you teaching?
そ
Who
んな
does
お
that?
作法あるわけないでしょ。ナツヒも騙されてんじゃないわよスカポンタ。いい年して。
What do you think you're doing, getting tricked like that at your age?
こらサタン。
Get away from her,
夏日
Satan.
さんに向かってなんて失礼な。
How can you be so rude to Natsuhi-san?
なんで泣き出すんですか？
Why are you crying, Satan?
サタン、私そんなに厳しく叱り
Is
ま
life
し
too
た
hard
か？
on you?
シエスタ410さん、純粋な母に二度と妙なことを吹き込まないよう
Natsuhi's
に。
very pure soul, I guess. Chester 410-san, please stop giving my pure and trusting mother such crazy
大丈
ideas.
夫。後にならない程度に加減してありますか
Don't
ら。
worry, it won't leave a mark. 410 started yelling about animal abuse, jumping in circles and holding her butt.
私の王子様、どこかにいないかな。
I wonder if there's a prince out there for me.
アスモはね、燃えるような恋がしたいの。
I want to have some hot, passionate love. Start sweating nervously. Why are there so many thirsty blondes here? So many thirsty blondes in this scene.
恋をしたら、マリアも素敵なお姫様になれるかな。
If I fell in love, could I become a beautiful princess too?
なれると思う。
But of course, of
恋は
course.
奇跡だ、パワーだ、ミネラルだ。
Love is a miracle, power, a
無
mineral.
敵の力を与えてくれるのだ。
It grants you invincible strength.
愛は色欲なんだよって言ってた人が
that-
何か言ってるわ。
Is that the person who once claimed that love equals lust, I hear?
うん
Indeed.
と毎晩色欲三昧に違いないぞ。
See, she's getting her fill every night.
えい、黙れ。ハレンチ女とスケベジジイ。
The circle surrounding Beato was always a lively one.
わかるよ、その気持ち。
I know who you feel. Who is he talking to? Who's Cannon talking to? Won't be Shannon. Who's the most depressed person?
僕たちは誰かに命令されて初めて生き
Only
る
when
価
we're
値を
given orders we find meaning in our lives. Is this one of the 7?
私、
No, it's 45.
命令がないと不安なん
Damn.
です。
I get nervous when I don't have any orders.
誰か私に何か命じてください。
Someone
じゃな
order
い
me
と
to
死
do
んじゃい
something.
ます。
I'm gonna die.
そんな根性じゃダメだぜ。
You can't have that
自
attitude.
分の生きる価値は自分で生み出す。
You
自
gotta
分
have
で
your own
切り
meaning
開
for
く。
life. Cut your own path. Jessica's just like, I'm here to play Metal Gear Rising.
そうよ。
That's right.
絶対の意志を持たないとダメよ。
Your resolve has to be certain and absolute, okay?
私が人間やってた頃は、そりゃがむしゃらに生きてたわよ。
Back when I was human, I lived like a daredevil all the time. A bit shakily, Lame to Delta started talking about her theory of life. Apparently, she'd also had her fair share of champagne.
なんとも摩訶不思
What a
議な
bizarre
光景
scene.
です。
That's right, Lambda Delta hasn't done anything even overtly evil recently. Feels weird, man, but it's a good... It's actually a nice, relaxing scene for an end of the game. I'm kind of expecting the other shoe to fall since things aren't going well for Ange, but it's fun. The prank gremlin? True, true. She spent most of her other life as a prank gremlin. An effective one at that. A master trapper. Really bizarre scene. I agree, Nox.
そうですね。
Guess so. I guess so.
ドラノール様、おかわりはいかがですか？
Eleanor-sama, would you like more to drink?
ジュースならもらいます。
Something non-alcoholic.
子供ですので。
After all, I'm a kid. Still don't get that one.
お、シャノンちゃんでいいや。
Ah, Shannon Chan will
ちょっ
do.
といいかい。
Do you have a second? Battler came into the hall. He was searching for a servant, and the first one his eyes met was Shannon.
はい、バトラ様。
Of course, Battler-sama.
お呼びでしょうか？
Do you need something?
悪いんだけどさ、客間の鍵を貸してくれるかい。
Would you mind lending me the key to the parlor?
客間でございますか？
Parlor?
マスターキーでも開きますが、何か。
I can get you in with a master key, but why?
いや、エンジェは眠ってるかなと思って客間に行ってきたんだが、
Wondering if NJ was asleep, so I went over there.
鍵がかかってたんだ。
The door was locked.
鍵ですか？
Locked?
私たちはエンジ様をソファーにお運びした後、扉は閉めておりますが、 鍵は閉めておりません。
After we carried Ange-sama to the sofa, we shut the door, but we didn't lock it.
ああ、まさかエンジェのや
Don't
つ
tell me that Ange...
自分だけ仲間外れにされたと思って内側から鍵を閉めていじけてやがんのか。
She must have felt she was being left out of the fun and locked the door from the inside in a huff.
やれやれ。
Ah, silly kid. I mean, I told you it was Burn Castell. I told you Burn Castell's up to something.
お開けしましょうか。
Shall we unlock it though?
そうだな。すまん。
If you don't mind. I don't think it's intended to be as subtle that Burn Castell was around doing stuff.
頼めるか。
Don't mind. Sorry about the trouble. Battler and Shannon left the hall together. In the hall, Lambda Delta started suggesting they all have another quiz tournament together. Oh, Lambda Delta wants another quiz tournament? Apparently the Witch of Certainty would be handing out prizes. Ooh. Everyone seemed enthusiastic about the idea. Smiling contently at the ensuing uproar, Battler headed towards the parlor.
It
really is locked.
開けてよろしいですか？
Shall I open?
寝ていたら悪いからとノックはしなかったんだが。
She was
鍵を
sleeping,
かけたってことは
so I didn't knock on the door,
起き
but
た
if
っ
she
て
locked
証拠だ
it,
しな。
that proves she woke up.
一度ノックするか。
Let's try knocking once. Valor knocked on the door and called Ange's name. However, there was no response from the other side. He pressed his ear against the door, listening carefully, but there was no hint of Ange unhappily throwing a cushion at it.
一通りへそを曲げてからまた寝ちまった
She
の
might
か
have
な。
fallen asleep again after having her tantrum.
開けてくれるか。
Can you open it for me?
かしこまりました。
As you wish. Shannon took out her master key and unlocked the door. Then she stepped back to let Battler go through.
エンジェ、入る
Ange,
ぞ。
coming in. Speaking a quiet voice to avoid waking Ange as if she was asleep, Battler opened the door. Then, just as the door was opened, a chilly breeze drifted by. The breeze, which felt like the outside air, immediately caught the attention of the pair, and they looked at each other. It could be seen at a glance Ange wasn't in the parlor. The curtains on the wide-open window fluttered about. At a glance? You sure? Honestly, considering she's 6 years old, I'd consider that she can probably hide behind the couch really easily. Any of the couches, really.
エンジェ。
Ange? Ange?
エンジェ？
Yeah, Erica's no here. Erica has no chill. Erica's pretty miserable, and also Burn Castell didn't bring her. And they couldn't find her. That was the rationale for Erica not being here. Was, they couldn't... Delanor straight up just couldn't find her. A blanket lay crumpled on the sofa. It sat there just as NJ had left it after waking up. The blanket was slightly warm. Clearly she'd been here until a short while ago.
エンジェ様、
NJ,
いらっしゃいませんか？
are you there? She obviously wasn't playing hide and seek. NJ was nowhere to be seen in the parlor. Battler peered out the open window into the rainy blackness, so she slipped out the window in this rain and went where?
エンジェ様は窓から出て行かれたというのでしょうか？
You think Ange-sama might have gone out the window?
寝ぼけるにも。
That'd make her a hell of a sleepwalker. She couldn't have left from the main entrance, so she probably doesn't have an umbrella. It was hard to imagine a reason NJ might have for going outside in this weather. I have a bad feeling about this. This shouldn't be happening. I'm the game master of this game board. Why are we in a situation the game master can't understand? For like the third time, game master doesn't have omnipotence. Although it is possible. I think someone posted that in a YouTube comment. They were like, the entirety of the duel with Erica, Battler already knew that that he was gonna be trapped, and that she was gonna put tape on the chain or some shit. Cause like he knows those actions. He knows all the actions she took, even if she doesn't announce them. So he already knew that. He already knew they were all dead. He was just playing along, which is an interesting idea. I don't know if I agree, but a theory is a theory. A large bolt of lightning lit up the surrounding area for an instant, but I was unable to see any trace of Ange. Let's look around the house, see if we can't find ourselves in... Okay, it's my turn to think of a question.
ワンホールの3分の1のケーキと4分の1のケーキと5分の1のケーキがお皿に乗ってるの。
You have a third of a cake, a quarter of a cake, and a fifth of a cake all on a plate.
ワンホールを食べるのに30分かかるとして、食べ終わった時お皿にケーキはいくつあるでしょう？
It takes 30 minutes to eat a whole cake. How much is left on the plate when you've finished eating? What? I'm not eating a whole cake. That's too much. At that moment, there was a roar of thunder and the lights flickered. The cheery voices vanished in an instant like candles being blown out.
0個でしょ。
None.
あんたが引っ掛けられた問題じゃない。
That's the riddle you were tricked with once, isn't it? Amidst the silence, one voice rang out and answered Lambda's riddle. The crowd parted in the form of a girl. A 1,000-year-old witch came into view. She had been invited. She was an official guest holding an invitation to the party.
遅刻してごめんなさい。
Sorry, I'm
パー
late.
ティーを盛り上げる催しの準備をしていたら、
I
す
was
っかり
busy
遅くなってしまって。
planning some festivities to liven the party. As Berncastel spoke, she looked around at everyone.
あら、
Oh.
かけらの海で朽ち果てたと思っていたら。
And I thought you two were rotting away in the fragment sea. You'd be able to eat the total amount of cake in 20.5 minutes? It's not a math problem. They said you could eat an entire cake in 30 minutes. But the question was, how much is left when you're done? And the answer is none. And I said I'm not eating that much cake in a sitting. Screw that. Which is basically an answer of like, I'm not eating that much cake, but it's right. Basically, the entirety of the question involving like how much of the cake there is irrelevant. When you're done eating cake, it's all gone. It's one of those trick questions. It's one of no, not a trick question, but it's like a it's a quiz focused on misdirection, where basically everything about all the information it presents you is designed to overload. It's designed to overload your brain into thinking there's a ton of important information when most of it's useless. Nope, not rotting away in the fragment sea, not yet.
今は私の駒よ。
They're my pieces now.
素敵でしょ？
Cool, right? She stared at Leon and Will with an unnerving smile on her face. But she seemed to lose interest.
バトラーはどこ？
Where's Badler? And Beato?
招待客が来たのよ。
I'm a guest, aren't I?
出迎えてほしいものだわ。
Isn't there anyone to welcome me in?
俺はここだ。
I'm here.
そなたを招きはした。
We did invite
だ
you.
が、来るとは思わなかったのでな。
But I didn't expect you to actually come.
なるほど。これは奇跡というわけだ。
I see this truly must be a miracle.
うまいことを言うじゃない。
Now that's an interesting way to put it.
何をみんな静まり返っているの？
Why'd everyone get so quiet?
パーティーでしょ？
It's a party,
わ
right?
ざとらしいくらいに賑やかにしてちょうだい。
Go ahead and be noisy just for the hell of
そ
it.
れとも、私を沈黙で迎えるという余興なの？
Or is welcoming me with silence some kind of joke?
今度はお前の番だ。
Now it's your turn.
何が？
My turn for what?
バトラーはどこだとお前は尋ねた。
You asked where Battler was.
だから俺はここだと答えた。
So I told you I'm here.
次はお前の番だ。
And now it's your turn.
何の話だ？
What are you talking about?
何かあったのか？
Did something happen?
エンジェが消えた。
NJ's
ゲ
gone.
ームマスターの俺にさえどこに行ったかわ
Even
からない。
I, the game master, don't know where she went.
そんなバカな。
That's insane.
これはそなたのゲームであろう？
Isn't this your game? Your game master isn't omnipotent within their own game.
そんなことがあ
It
るわ
doesn't
け
make
がない。
sense. Well, I feel like this, well, assuming Battler isn't lying again would defeat this, but I guess you can always assume Battler's lying.
エンジが消えたのがゲームマスターバトラのシナリオでないならば、
If NJ disappearing isn't a scenario created by
ゲ
Battler,
ームマスターが他にいることになるわね。
it means there must be another game master.
そのようなことがあるというのか？
Is that even possible?
ええ、
Oh, yes.
私も驚いてるわ。
I was surprised myself.
胸がすくような楽しいゲームを始めようとゲーム版を広げた
When I opened the game board to start a delightful game of my own,
全く同時にバトラもおかしなゲームを始めていたという
I
わけ。
found Battler started setting up this bizarre game at the same
ゲー
time.
ムマスターが2人なんておかしなこともあるものね。
I never thought I'd be in a game with two game masters.
それはつまりお前がエンジェを
In
ど
other
こかに
words,
隠したと
you're
認めた
admitting
と
you
い
hid
うことだな。
NJ away somewhere?
そうなるな。
It would seem so.
ゲームマスターのバトラの描いていないシナリオが生み出せるのは、もう一人のゲームマスター殿しかいないということになる
After
の
all,
だ
no one could introduce a scenario you didn't build except another game master.
パーティーを盛り上げる催しの準備ってやつ、
So this is one of the festivities to liven the party you mentioned?
ラムダたちはクイズ大会で楽しく盛り上がってたわね。
Well, you all looked like you were having a blast with that quiz tournament.
だから私もそれに加わることにしたわ。
I decided I wanted to join in.
エンジェはその人質のつもりというわけか。
And you chose to hold NJ hostage for that purpose?
そういうことよ。
You got it?
バトラ、ベアト、
Badly? Beato?
あなたたちにゲームを挑みたいの。
I want to challenge you to a game. Oh boy, here we
拒
go.
否権はないわ。
Can't refuse.
エンジェが大事な妹ならね。
Not if you treasure NJ as a little sister, that is.
何が望みだ。
What do you want?
あんたとベアトを巡るゲームで私はラムダと賭けをしていた。
Lambda and I made a bet about the game between you and Beato.
それには私は負けたことを認めなくてはならない。
I must acknowledge I lost.
少なくともラムダにはね。
At least that I've lost to Lambda.
ベルンってドライそうに見えてなかなか執念深いのね。
She tries to act all dry, but she's way more persistent than she
つ
looks.
まりこういうことでしょ。
You're saying you lost to
私
me,
には負けたけどバトラやベアトに負けたわけじゃない。
but not to Battler and Beato. It seemed as though Berncastel might smile. However, she didn't. Those cold eyes spoke without words. Battler understood. He played so many games against Beato. Those games had been a wordless message from Beato. So he knew. He understood.
俺たちと勝負したい。
She wants to fight us.
そういうことか。
Is that it?
恐ろしい敵であるぞ。
She'll be a fearsome opponent.
だが引けない。
But we can't back out. Oh boy, another game. Here we go.
分かっておる。
I know that.
エンジェをベルンカステル教のおもちゃにさせるわけ
We
にはいか
mustn't
な
let
い。
NJ become Berncastel's plaything. Beato understood that as well. He understood why Berncastel was asking for one final battle.
ベルンが正々堂々となんてね。
I never thought I'd see Bern fighting openly like this.
笑えば
You find that funny? I imagine she does.
どうして？
Why would I?
ありがとう。
Thanks. Lambda understood as well. Before the tale of Battler and Beato ended, before everything was locked in the cat box, Berncastel would finally move from the audience to the stage. The witch, who had hidden off to the side of the stage, unwilling to come out into the light, would now show she had the courage to step onto the stage itself. As a friend, Lambda Delta showed she understood Bernkastel's human emotions, which gave her this courage.
私にできることは?
Is there anything I can do?
私のゲームの立ち会い人をお願い。
Please act as an observer for my game.
いいわよ。
Sure.
そのゲームに参加したら、エンジェを解放することを約束できるならね。
If you promise you'll release Ange if we take part in your game, that is.
当然であるぞ。
Of course.
その約束がないならば、そなたの茶番に付き合う義理などない。
Without such a promise, we aren't obligated to go along with this farce in any way.
義理はないけど、エンジェは戻らないわよ。
You may not owe me anything, but you'll never see Ange again.
ならばそなたは、負け犬の烙印を数百年間のんびり楽しむこととなろうぞ。
In that case, enjoy being branded a loser for the next few centuries.
ベアト、挑発はよせ。
Beto, don't provoke her.
引けない勝負だ。
This isn't a fight we can back down from. Now that a hostage has been taken, their ability to negotiate disappeared. But if she's unwilling to even promise the return of the hostage, or anything you want, why on earth would you play her game? It's not like she's threatening to kill them. She's just like, I've taken them. What are you gonna do about it? And it's like, play my game. Like, no. You at least have to give the pretense of doing something if they follow your instructions. However, Lambda Delta was agreeing to become an observer if that would make Bernkastel promise to release Ange. Unless she held Bernkastel to a promise like that, the latter would have nothing to lose. To make this final fight, Bernkastel wanted a proper one. Lambda Delta made her agree to this.
無論よ、ラムダ。
Of course, Lambda.
約束するわ。
I promise.
ゲームが終わったら、エンジは解放する。
When this game ends, I'll release Ange. An oddly vague statement.
私の顔に泥を塗らないでよ。
Don't make a fool of me, okay?
私、書かされた恥は絶対に相手を後悔させるまで許さないんだから。
When I get shamed, I never let go of the one who did it until they regret it. Lambda spoke in a soft, threatening tone. However, Bernkastel laughed lightly as though the look on Lambda's face was merely cute.
誓うわ。
I swear?
私たちの友情にかけて。
I'll swear it on our friendship.
ヒュー。
Whew. Lambda whistled and grinned. Apparently it's the most reliable oath Bernkastel could utter. Alright then. Lambda nodded, looked between Battler and Bernkastel, and spoke.
絶対の魔女ラムダデルタの名において、あんたたちの勝負の立ち会い人を引き受けるわ。
By the name of Lambda Delta, Witch of Certainty, I accept the role of observer for your fight.
バトラー、ベアト、異造はないわよね。
Battler, Beto, you have no objections, right? Battler and Beto nodded at each other, and then looked at nodded at Lambda Delta to show their determination.
嬉しいわ。
I'm so glad.
やっと私たちは戦えるのね。
We finally get to fight each other.
いずれ、お前とは戦うことになると予感していた。
I had a feeling we'd end up fighting sooner or later.
いつから？
Since when?
わからない。
Don't know.
ひょっとしたら、お前の名を知るよりも、もっと前からかもしれ
It
ない。
might have been before I even learned your name. Battler vaguely remembered her speaking to him somewhere in an unconscious world he couldn't recall. At the time, it sounded like she was giving him advice for his fight with Beato. Thinking back on it, though, there's more to it than that. She might have been a cat fighting from the sidelines, too scared to go into the bright sunlight. So I had a vague premonition eventually we'd stand opposed to each other on the game board in some way.
こいつも、プレイヤーの一人だったんだ。
He was also one of the players.
ゲーム版を片付ける最後の最後で、こいつはやっと舞台に上がる勇気を持てた。
And now, at the very end, as the game board's being put away, she's finally found the courage to step up on the stage.
俺は その勇気ある決闘の申し出
I'd
を
like to accept your
受
brave
けてお
challenge.
前の駒だった。あの勇敢な女の名にかけてな。
In the name of that courageous girl who was once your piece.
私はエリカに決闘を押し付けたわ。
I forced Erica to fight a duel.
勝ちたかった。
I wanted to
そ
win.
れ以上に負けたくなかった。
And even more strongly, I didn't want to
敗北
lose.
の味を知るかもしれない恐怖が私を災難だ。
The fear of possibly tasting defeat
そ
tormented me.
して今にして思うと
And thinking
あの
back on
時
it,
のあんたたちに私は嫉妬していたんだわ。
I envied you two back then.
エリカはお前の優秀な駒で、俺の好敵手だった。
Erica was a great piece of yours and my rival.
その最後を見取らず、忘却の深淵に葬ったお前を、
I don't forgive you for
俺は
abandoning
許
her
さ
in
ない。
the end. And burying her in the depths of oblivion.
どうしろというの？
Just what do you want me to
エ
do?
リカに謝れと？
Apologize to Erica?
エリカを忘却の深淵から救え。
Save her from oblivion.
そしてこのパーティーに招け。
Invite her to this party.
エリカを
Save
救え？
Erica?
わらわもバトラに同じだ。
I feel the same as Battler. Why is Battler obsessed with Erica?
あやつは敵方の駒なれど、その役割に忠実であった
She
に
was
過
a
ぎ
piece who
る。
stood in opposition to us, but she was only faithfully fulfilling her
好
role.
敵手なくして
There's
ゲ
no
ーム
game
は
without a
成
rival.
立せぬ。敵であることは変わらぬが、
She's
我らの
our
大
enemy,
切な友
but
人
she's
だ。
also an important friend of ours.
あれだけあんたたちを苦しめたのに。
Even though she made you suffer so much.
俺たちはフェアに戦った。
We fought a fair fight.
勝敗が互いの運命を分けたが、決闘を交わした俺たちはずっと友人だ。
The outcome may have changed our fates, but now that we've dueled each other, we'll always be friends.
ベルも友人になりたいのよね。
You want to be their friend too, don't
だ
you,
から
Bert?
ベルもフェアに戦いたくなったんでしょ？
That's why you want a fair fight with them now, isn't it?
笑え
Are you laughing at me?
ば笑わぬ。
But we are.
むしろ歓迎だ。
On the contrary, we welcome it,
人質を取ってるのに。
even though I've taken a hostage.
取らなきゃ。お前は舞台に出られなかったんだろ。
If you didn't, you probably wouldn't have been able to come up on the stage. Seems like a necessary cost. There had been no need to take a hostage. Battler and Beato had been more than willing to accept this final duel if Berncastel wished it. But taking hostages works too, I guess. It was hard to make out anything from Berncastel's silent expression.
いいわ。
Alright, fine.
何が？
What's fine?
エリカを深淵から解放するわ。
I'll release Erica from the depths.
よく決意したな。
Well, I'm glad you decided to do this. I'm glad one of us is excited for this. For someone as proud as Berncastel, forgiving the piece that caused her defeat should have been nearly unbearable. Battler knew this, so he realized how much of this bit of compassion had cost Berncastel. Berncastel snapped her fingers, and a black cat slipped out of her shadow.
深淵の奥底に存在に放り投げたから。
I tossed her all the way into the deepest parts of
到
oblivion.
着は遅れるかもしれない。
It might take her a while to get here. I don't know if that's a problem or not.
構わぬ。
It matters not.
料理も酒も決して尽きることはないのだか
There's
ら。
no danger of the food and drink running out.
おゆき、子猫。
Go, kitty.
あの子をここに案内しなさい。
Guide that kid here. When she gave the order, the cat melted into the darkness, its bell jingling.
まさかあんたがエリカを許すなんてね。
I'd hardly believe you'd forgive Erica.
許す気はないわ。
I don't plan on forgiving her. As just for shaving someone from
だから
oblivion.
もう
She's
私
not
の
my
駒
piece
じゃない。
anymore.
誰かが拾えば？
Anyone feel like picking her
あん
up?
ただってリオンたちを拾ったわけだし。
After all, you already picked up Leon and Will.
ベルンカステル
Bern
感謝
Castell,
する。
you have my thanks.
じゃあ甘ったるい時間はこれくらいでいい？
Alright, enough with the sentimentality.
すでに私には苦痛なの。
I've already had as much as I can bear.
いいぜ。
I wonder how long Erica's been down there.
ゲームはどこでする？
Where's the game?
ここで賑やかにでも、静かないつもの場所でも、どこでも構わない。
As far as I care. We can have it here with all the noise or in the usual quiet spot.
ベルンカステル教がこれほどの大勢の前に姿を現す勇気を見せたのだ。
Lady Berncastell's already shown she has the courage to stand before a great many
これ
people.
以上いじめることもあるまいぞ。
There's no point making her suffer any longer.
そうだな。
Good point.
ならば、いつものあの場所しかないだろうぜ。
Go to the usual place then.
ベル、問題ない？
Objections, Bern?
ないわ。
None. None at all.
ごめんね、パーティーのみんな。
Sorry, party
私たちはちょっ
goers.
と失敬するけれど、みんなは引き続き楽しんでいてちょうだい。
We'll be heading out for a bit. Please continue to enjoy yourselves.
ゼパル、フルフル、
Sapa, Furfur,
あんたたちが盛り上げてて。
liven this place
エ
up.
リカが来たら、みんなで歓迎してあげて。
When Erica gets here, let's have everyone give her a warm welcome.
ラムダデルタ教
Yes, Lady Lambda Delta.
仰せのままに
Your wish is our command.
では招こうぞ。我らが思考を巡らして戦うにふさわしいいつものあの部屋へ。
Let's take her to the usual room, a fitting place for our battle of wits. The battler snapped his fingers, the space shattered. Off we go. They're now in the smoking room of the witches, the place where witches once debated, schemed, and reasoned all they could. Berncastel had been invited there once again, and the final game would now begin.
ゲームの用意はあるのか？
You have a game prepared?
もちろん
Of course.
じっくりと作り上げた自信作のゲームよ。
I worked hard on this game, and I'm pretty proud of it.
ゲームマスターがベルンで、バトラとベアとはプレイヤーということね。
So Bern will be the game master, and Battler and Beato will be
ベ
players.
ルンが殺人ゲームの物語を語り、プレイヤーの2人が人間のトリックで再構築できるかを挑む。
Will it be a
いつもの
normal
ゲー
game?
ムね。
Where Bern creates a murder tale and the two players have to reconstruct it with human tricks?
ベルンカステル教の描くシナリオがどのようなものか興味があるぞ。
I'm interested to see what sort of scenario Lady Berncastel develops.
俺たちが青き真実で指摘し、お前が赤き真実でそれを弾く。
We'll explain things with blue truth. You'll knock them down with red truth.
そのルールで問題ないな。
Are we okay with those rules?
私のゲームはもっとシンプルよ。
My game will be a simpler one.
ただの犯人当てクイズ。
A quiz of guessing the culprit. Okay.
あんたたちと赤やら青やらの攻防をやるつもりはないの。
I don't feel like trading red and blue with you.
へえ。
Oh?
それってどんなゲーム？
What kind of game will that be?
先に見せてもらってもいい？
Mind letting me have a look at it first? Berncastel held their palm upwards, and a pale, glowing fragment appeared there. Lambda brushed it with her hand and shut her eyes.
ね、簡単なゲームでしょ。
A simple game, isn't it?
確かに。
You're right.
これはバトラたちがやっていた思考ゲームに比べたらはるかに単純だわ。
Much more straightforward than the mind games these two played in the
こ
past.
れはもはや魔女と人間のゲームじゃない。
It's not even a game of witches and humans anymore.
そうよ。
That's
これ
right.
はもはや人間のゲーム。
This is a game about humans.
驚いたわ。
What a surprise!
ベアトというファンタジーと戦うためにベルンが用意したゲームが純粋なミステリーだったなんてね。
The game Bern created to combat Beato's fantasy is a genuine mystery.
説明。
そのな
つまり、
Oh shit,
と
what?
なれば
What's it?
赤と青の真実のつばぜり合いなどもはや不要ということか。
Ah. I pressed A key on the keyboard and it skipped like a whole ton of lines forward. Alright, that was annoying. I usually just press spacebar or click. I think that was W. Alright. That's right, it's a game about humans. Okay, we read that. Please explain. It's simple. We're going to watch the tale Bernkastel's prepared for you. There are several rules to it, but if you follow them as you read it through, it'll lead you to a single truth. In other words, an answer. In Bayato's games, an argument has been made about whether the story was a mystery or not. However, Bernkastel's game is a mystery. There's no need to argue over that from the start.
動機もトリックも切り捨てた。
I even cut out the motive and the tricks. Wait, you cut out the motive? Willard disapproves.
あんたたちに求める答えは
There's only one question I'm asking.
Whodunnit.
It's a whodunnit. No how done it, no why done it.
なんと単純かつこれ以上ないほどに我らの決着にふさ
A
わしい
simple
ゲームなの
yet
か。
fitting game to conclude our fight.
そうだな。何の小細工もない。
No cheap
ス
tricks.
トイックなまでにシンプルだ。
Just a stoically simple game.
これは正真正銘の決闘であるな。
A genuine duel.
立ち会い人として宣言するわ。
As an observer, I'll say this.
このゲームは解けるようにできている。
Game's made to be solvable.
つまり、あんたたちの決闘の舞台として公平であることを保証する。
In other words, I guarantee it's a suitable setting for your duel. Thanks, Lambda.
ベルン、これは老婆心だけれど、
Burn. I know I keep on saying this.
本当にいいの？
Are you really sure though?
バトラとベアとはミステリー好きで交際を始めたのよ。
Battler and Bayato's relationship started because they both love mystery.
私にはよくひねったシナリオだとは思えるけれど、この二人に通用するかはちょっとわからないわ
I
よ。
agree, it's a pretty tricky scenario, but I'm not sure it'll be enough to stop those two.
私の精一杯のシナリオが通用しないならその時は
My
その
best
時
tale
よ。
can't stop them. Then what comes will come.
大事なのはベルンカステル教が渾身の力で描いたゲームであることだ。
The important thing is Lady Bernkastel puts everything she had into this game.
そうだな。
Right.
それが俺たちに通じるかどうか。
That be enough to stump us?
ただそれだけのシンプルなゲームなんだ。
I mean, that's all this simple game's about.
ラムだ。ありがとう。
Thanks,
お
Lambda.
前のおかげで、この決闘が正々堂々としたものであることが
Thanks
証
to
明
you,
さ
we
れ
know
た。
that this duel will be a fair fight.
どういたしまして。私
You're
は嬉しい
welcome.
わ。
I'm happy
ベル
to.
ンが挑むというこの貴重な戦いに立ち会わせてもらえるなんて
It'll
光
be
栄
an
よ。
honor to witness Burn fighting this precious fight.
そなたを対戦相手に迎えられわらはもう光栄
To
だ。
have you as an opponent.
私もよ。
Same here. You ready for a whodunit?
あんたを見下してた。
I underestimated
勝負
you,
の場にでもせずにね。
and I did it without even stepping onto the battlefield with you.
そんなそれまでの自分に虫唾が走る。
Just thinking about it makes me want to
だ
vomit.
から決闘させて。
So let me fight.
うん。受け
Indeed.
て立とうぞ。
Show us what you've got.
私が勝ったら今度こそあんたを思いっきり見下してあげる。
If I win, I'll be able to look down on you for real this time.
そしてもし私が
And if I
負けるなら
lose?
私がきっと忘れているに違いない。
I'll surely be
感情を
reminded of the
思い出させて。
emotion I know I've forgotten.
うん。
Indeed.
ベルンカステル、
Bernkastel?
お前が勝とうと負けようとも。これだけは約束する。
Whether you win or lose, I promise you one thing.
何？
Oh, and what's that?
この決闘が終わったら、
When this duel is
俺
over,
たちは友人だ。
we'll be friends.
これ以上はやめて。
Enough of that,
くす
please.
ぐったくて死んでしまいそう。
The sentimentality's killing me. What, you don't like Battler's new plan? It's basically everyone's friends the end? Lambda clapped her hands. A pleasant sound rang out.
朗読はベルンが？
Will you be a reader, Burn?
それとも私が引き受けようかしら？
Or shall I do that?
朗読者は不要よ。
I don't need a reader.
朗読の巫女は自分の口を通して
物語を脚色することも歪めることもできる。
A reader, Miko, can use her own voice to embellish or distort the
たと
tale.
え私のゲームに小細工がなくとも、朗読の術でいくらでもそれをすることができる。
Even if there was no cheap trickery in my game, by having a reader, any amount of trickery could be added.
そうであるな。
That is true? Yeah, okay.
それもまたゲームマスターの権利の一
It's
つ。
another one of those game master privileges.
あんたたちとしたい決闘はシンプルでありたいの。
I want to have a straightforward duel with you.
だから朗読者はいらない。
I don't need a reader. I guess so.
あなたたちが自らの目と耳で物語を読みなさい。
You can read this tale with your own eyes and ears.
いいの？
Are you sure?
それじゃベルに有利なことがなくなっちゃうじゃない。
Means you've lost almost all your advantages.
わかった。
Understood.
朗読者はいらない。
Well, if you don't need a reader,
俺たちが自分で物語を読む。
we'll read the tale ourselves.
朗読者がいないということは、いわゆる物語のとがきに一切の虚偽が混じらぬということか。
If there's no reader, does that mean there'll be no falsehoods contained in the narrated text?
受けて立つぞ。ベルンカステル。
We're ready, Burn Castell. Predictions.
何の小細工もない。正真正銘のミステリーの一騎打ち。
A showdown over a genuine mystery without any cheap tricks.
お前の正々堂々を俺たちも正面から受け止めてやれ。
If you're gonna play fair and square, we'll challenge you head on too. It says no cheap... Battler said no cheap tricks. She didn't say no cheap tricks. What's the most obvious twist? It's really bland. You're the killer all along? You're the killer all along?
ありがとう。
Or you were
負けない
dead
わ
all
よ。
along?
私も。
Thank you. And I don't plan on losing either. No, no, no.
それではダメであるな、ベルン教よ。
That's no good, Lady Burn.
ああ、そうだな。
He's right.
ミステリーを突きつける魔女はそんな態度じゃダメだぜ。
If your witch challenging us with a mystery, you can't have an attitude like that.
全然ダメだな。
It's all useless. Burn cast out, realizing what Battler were asking for, snorted. Lambda Delta nodded at her, telling her to enjoy this final duel to the fullest. They're looking for a maniacal
人
laughter.
間と魔女が仲良く肩を並べてミステリー談義なんて。
What were you expecting? A happy mystery chat between humans and
バ
witches?
カバカしいわ。笑えるわ。
Come on, don't make me
あ
laugh.
んたたちの仲良しミステリーが私の用意したミステリーに通用するかどうか
Come on,
試してあげる。
let's see if your cheery mystery is already a match for the one I've prepared.
受けてみ
Almost
な
said
さい。
perfected.
私のミステリー。
Let's see what you've got.
そうでなくては。
Wouldn't have it any other way.
奇跡の魔女。
We accept your challenge,
ベルンカステル教の挑戦状。
Lady
確か
Burn
に受
Castell.
け取ったぞ。
Witch of Miracles.
さあ、勝負開始だ。
Alright, time to start. Is this where we go into the tea party?
ゲームマスター、後ろ宮バトラ
Aye, Game Master Ushirmiya
ー。そして
Battler.
無限の魔女、ベアトリーチェがお相手してやる。
Beatrice, the Endless Witch, will be your
ぶっ
opponents.
飛ばされても泣くんじゃねえぞ。
Don't start crying when we wipe the floor with you.
食らうといいわ。これがベルンカステルのミステリー。
Take this. Here's my mystery. Burn Castell took a fragment containing the game and smashed it against the table, shattering it with a brilliant light as the game scenario laid itself out. The curtain rose on the mystery Burn Castell had created. I'm surprised we aren't fading here, if we don't. Oh shit. We're actually going into the mystery? And no sound of but that of the falling rain filled the room? It covered the tragic scene in the bloody dining hall. Cut to Ange. At some point, Ange had fainted and fallen to the floor, and now her consciousness was slowly returning, forcing her to remember what had happened in this room. So she reflexively averted her gaze even before the memory overtook her. 6 bodies lay in the blood-stained dining hall. Strangely enough, as her consciousness returned bit by bit, the terrifying scene before her seemed somehow less intense. This time, Ange was able to look at the 6 corpses well enough to make out who they were. First, they're my own parents. They're a pitiful sight, colored bright red by a bloody makeup. Lying next to them was Uncle Hideyoshi and Aunt Ava. Uncle Hideyoshi, the uncle who always says funny things and makes me laugh. And Aunt Ava, the aunt who seemed to be so fond of me. Genji, the servant, is lying over there. And the one lying right here is Aunt Rosa. Okay. Shannon's not here. 6 people. A full 6 people had their lives taken from them and are lying in this room. Maybe I cried myself out before I fell unconscious. The scene before me is still terribly painful, but I was somehow able to look at it without losing my head. I've already felt all the sadness I could at my parents' death. The next emotion that would rise inside me was the desire to check and see if everyone else was okay. In that instant, I heard a scraping sound, and just as I was about to relax again, I thinking I might have imagined it, I heard the same sound again. Probably coming from the door. Someone was clawing at the door from the outside. Of course, I had no way of knowing who it was. However, for some reason, I was sure it was that black cat scratching at the door, and the black cat was telling me, leave this room. I understood and put my hand on the doorknob. I immediately noticed something odd. The door was locked. The same bad feeling I'd felt after being locked in the parlor crawled up my spine. However, unlike the time in the parlor, this door unlocked itself easily when I turned the knob. I unlocked it and slowly opened the door. Beyond the door, I could see a dimly lit hallway and a cat dashing down it away from me. Then it stopped, its emerald eyes glittering in the darkness as though it was waiting for me to follow. The hallway was dark and wrapped in an eerie silence. When the black cat saw that I was coming, it walked forward as if guiding me. I could hear nothing except the creaking of the floor, the bell of the cat, and the sound of the storm outside. The party is being held in the hall. I should be able to hear at least a little of the noise from this hallway. Maybe it got really late when I was unconscious in the dining hall. It was a reasonable conclusion. Then when we finally reached the main hall, what do we have? The hall was frigid and no trace of the party remained. Could all that fun have just been an illusion? It might have been. The black cat's bell rang out, and when I looked up I saw its feet were on the stairway to the 2nd floor, urging me to follow it. You're still following this cat? Even after it led you to a room with 6 murders in it, you're gonna follow it? That's mighty sketchy, NJ. Anyway, are you going to the 2nd floor? The black cat seemed to nod and silently went up the stairs. Guests were allowed to go wherever they wanted on the 1st floor, but the 2nd floor was Krause's family's house, and I remembered getting in trouble for trying to go up there. However, in that moment, I couldn't think of any options other than following the cat. I walked along the dark hallway with the black cat. Eventually, we reached one of the doors. The black cat scratched at the door and then turned to look at me. It must have been telling me to open it. Okay. I'll open it for you. NJ is far too trusting of a mysterious black cat. I put my hand on the doorknob and felt the resistance of a lock again. This door is locked. I turned around to tell the cat this, but inexplicably, a single key lay right in front of the cat. NJ picked it up and stuck it in the keyhole. As she did, she finally noticed something strange with her fingertips. Blood. Somehow NJ's fingertips had been stained red with blood. She let out a short cry and the key slipped out and fell to the floor. She finally realized. In the darkness she hadn't noticed before, the black cat's key was covered with blood. The emotions that had gone numb in NJ sprang back up. A terrified scream rang out through the dark hallway. Even so, NJ would eventually open that door. NJ really likes this cat, I guess. That door led to Natsuhi's room. Uh-oh. Is Natsuhi gone? Not good. Natsuhi's room was a terrible mess. Oh, Natsuhi. Blankets and sheets were torn. Cosmetics and books lay all over the place as though a typhoon had just ripped through it. What we were saying is signs of a struggle. That's what I'm hearing. And there were corpses. Corpses? That's not good. Krasa and Natsuki's corpses lay sprawled on the floor. Very shortly, Ange will step into this room. He will then scream in terror once more. And it isn't limited to the dining hall in Natsuki's room. In the stormy rose garden, Shannon's tragic corpse lies exposed. Partway down the path, the rose garden is Jessica's corpse. And when Ange finds that, she'll probably dash, crying and screaming into the guest house. No mercy there, and death awaits her inside the guest house as well. Just inside the front door is Nanjo's corpse. In the servant room nearby, even Goda and Kumasawa lie dead. The total number of corpses is 13. A full 13 corpses await Ange. They wait in the mansion in the guest house on this desolate Rockinjima. Desolate and probably cursed. For Ange, exposed to the wind and rain and tormented by thunder to find them. They wait. Oh boy. Just what I wanted, more corpses. Is this perhaps the game where we're being offered? There's 13 corpses, but we don't know the complete list of people who are dead. We know all the adults are dead, but we don't know anything about the kids other than Shannon. Shannon's gone, and Jessica. The tragedy of the first Twilight was discovered at 6 a.m. in the morning on the following day. Bit of a delay. Goda, who'd woken up to get breakfast ready, went to check on the adult siblings who remained in the dining hall since the previous night because of the family conference.
死体発見時のことを話してくれ。
Tell me about when you discovered the crime.
食堂は施錠されていました。
The dining hall was locked up. Purple.
確かに食堂に鍵はついていますが、
What'd you call this?
普段施錠することなどありません。
Of course, there was a lock on the doors to the dining hall, but they usually remained unlocked.
ノックしたのですが、返事はなく。
I knocked, but there was no answer.
そこに私が来たのです。
That's when I arrived. Oh, okay.
万一のこともあるから、鍵を開けてみたらと
I
勧め
recommended
た
he
ので
try
す。
unlocking the door just in case.
マスターキーで扉を開けると、中は恐ろしいことに。
When I unlocked the door with the master key, a terrifying sight awaited me inside. I'm listening.
エヴァ様、秀吉様、ルドルフ様、キリエ様、ローザ様、そして源氏さんの
Eva-sama, Hideyoshi-sama, Rudolph-sama, Kirie-sama, Rosa-sama, and Genji-sama
計6人が血まみれになって倒れていたのでございま
were
す。
lying there, covered in blood. Okay.
それであとは大騒ぎだ。
A great tumult followed.
全員が食堂に集まった。
Everyone gathered in the dining hall.
思い出したくもありません。
I don't want to remember it.
それぞれの親の亡骸にすがり、泣き叫ぶ子供たち。
The sight of the sobbing children crouched over the corpses of their own parents.
ひょっとしたら生きているかもと。
There was a chance they might have been alive still. A
みんな
chance?
懸命に揺さぶってたぜ。
Everyone was shaking them desperately,
しかし
but it was no
ダメ
use.
でした。お子様方はそれぞれ自分の親が間違いなく死んでい
Each
る
of
こ
the
とを
children
確認なさい
confirmed
ま
the
した。
death of their own parents.
僕と南條先生は源氏様が死んでいることを確認しました。
Dr. Nanjo and I confirmed Genji-sama was dead.
むごたらしい殺され方でした。
A gruesome way to be killed.
私でなくとも誰も検視は謝りません。
No one is going to mistakenly confirm a death, even those other than myself. Okay, all the deaths are real. No one screwed up with the deaths this time. Okay.
犠牲者はみんな即死だったろうね。
All the victims died instantly.
食堂内を調べた結果、扉も窓も全て施錠され、 密室であったことが分かった。
After inspecting the interior of the dining hall, we determined all the doors and windows were locked, making it a closed room. Okay. Hold up. Do we have a death counter? No, we don't. Alright, so Nanja's alive. Ava, Hideyoshi, Rudolph, Kyrie, Genji, and someone else. Rosa are dead? Confirmed dead. Alright. Making it a close room.
食堂内から
Nothing
不審なものが
suspicious
何も見つ
found
からなかった。
inside the dining hall. Okay.
もちろん食堂内に何者かが隠れている
No
という
one
ことも
hiding in
な
the
かった
dining hall either.
隠れるも何も。
Naturally.
私たちは今ここに全員がいるではないかね。
All of us are here
誰
right
も
now.
隠れていないことは明白だ。
It's clear no one's hiding.
でも父さん、となるとおかしいよ。
Dad, if that's true, it doesn't make sense.
殺された6人、食堂は密室。
6 people were killed. The dining hall is a closed
ど
room.
うやって殺して逃げたんだ？
How could someone have killed them and escaped? This is an immediate mystery. The window?
考えたくはありませんが、
I'd rather not think of
マ
it.
スターキーを持つ使用人が怪しいでしょう。
But perhaps the servants with their master keys are the most suspicious.
6人を殺し
They killed the 6,
マスター
then
キーで
left
施錠して食堂を
and
出
locked
た。
the door with their master keys. Isn't Genji dead? You can take the key from Genji. So, master keys... The master key is not required. Anyway, we don't know if Genji has a master key. It's a logical theory.
とんでもありません。
It's absurd. Since there was no chance of the culprit hiding in the dining hall, it made sense to assume the culprit locked the door after committing the murder and exiting the room. Genji has a master key, and he's dead. It's only natural that servants with their master keys would fall under suspicion. Sadly enough, none of the servants had an alibi. Then again, wasn't only the servants. Everyone else lacked an alibi as well.
マスターキー以外の方法で外から施錠する手段は
Is there a way to lock up from the outside without a master key?
存在しないわ。
No.
これじゃダメね。
No, that's not enough. Something
赤
stronger.
き真実で語るわ。
I'll say it with red truth.
すべての扉の施錠、解錠は
All
マスター
doors
キーでしか行え
can
ない。
only be locked or unlocked with a master key.
もちろん、部屋の内側からはマスターキーがなくとも施錠、解錠が可
It is
能。
possible to lock or unlock doors from inside the room even without a master key.
だそうよ。
And there you have it. Thanks.
他に質問は？
Any questions? No, thank you.
マスターキーの他にも各部屋固有の鍵があるはずでは？
Shouldn't there be keys to each individual room in addition to the master keys? Probably removed to simplify things.
本来なら存在するわ
Normally
ね。
does exist.
でも、ゲームが複雑になるので排除させてもらったわ。
To make the game more complicated, so I've eliminated them.
赤き真実。
Red truth.
マスターキー以外の鍵は存在しないこととする。
Assume master keys are the only keys that exist.
つまり
In other
この
words,
ゲームに登場する全ての施錠はマスターキーでしか開け閉めができないってわけか。
all of the locks that appear in this game can only be locked or unlocked by master keys. Pretty much, Battler. Pretty much.
そうなるわね。
That's what
実
that
に
means.
シンプルなゲームだわ。
It's really a simple game. I mean, it might feel simple. It's probably not all that simple.
となれば次はマスターキーの本数と所持者を確定せねばな。
In that case, the next step to take would be to check the number of master keys and who holds them. Straightforward. Good plan. Yep, Beato, go for it.
マスターキーは合計5本。
There are 5 master keys
5
total.
人の使用人が 一本ずつを持ってる。
One is held by each of the 5 servants. Oh, that's interesting.
特別な方法で管理されていて、
Keys will be managed in a special
マ
way.
スターキーは常に身につけられており、奪うことも譲渡することも自分以外の人間が使用することもできない。
The servants keep master keys on their person at all times. It's impossible for them to be stolen, handed over, or used by any other human other than themselves. Genji's dead.
なんだそりゃ。それはもはや鍵ってより指紋認証システムみたいなもんだな。
Sounds less like a key and more like a fingerprinting system.
面白い例えよ。
An interesting
つ
metaphor.
まりこのゲームの世界ではマスターキー云々ではなく、使用人5人にしか
So
開
in
閉は
this,
で
in
き
other words,
ぬ
in
という
this
わけ
world
だ。
of this game, it's not the master keys, but the 5 servants themselves that lock or unlock doors.
源氏さんのマスターキーを回収しようとしたんだが、どうにも
Tried to
ならなくて、ね。
retrieve Genji's master key, but had no such luck.
後のトラブルを予防するため、源氏のマスターキーを破壊しておきました。
Guard against trouble later on. We destroyed Genji's master key. Okay. This was the crime of the first Twilight. Okay. It's a whodunit, not a howdunit, so the how is not important. But Genji could have locked it after everyone was dead. The scene was the locked, closed room of the dining hall. None of the servants holding master keys have alibis. Then again, no one else has an alibi either. Twilight the Second. Everyone returns to the parlor to discuss what should be done next. The phones were out, so they couldn't contact the police. Was the mysterious culprit hiding away somewhere, planning to attack their next victim at this very moment? Was the culprit perhaps in here with them, mentally sticking out their tongue and tasting their next prey? None of them had alibis, and any one of them could have been a culprit. However, that tense feeling didn't last long. By midday, everyone got tired of arguing and they decided to take a break. Okay. Kraus and Natsuhi announced they wanted to talk with each other alone and went up to the second floor. Married husband and wife, alone as a couple. Got it. It was the beginning, and after that, everyone went their separate ways now and then, such as to head to the bathroom or gaze at the endless rain. But no matter how much time passed, Kraus and Natsuhi were the only ones who didn't return. Calls were sent to both of their rooms using the extension phones, but there was no answer. Something might have happened. Everyone headed to Kraus and Natsuhi's rooms together. And in Natsuhi's room, they found Kraus and Natsuhi lying sprawled on the floor.
奥様の部屋は施錠されておりました。
The madam's room was locked.
食堂の時と同じです。
Like the dining hall.
皆さんの許可を得て、私が鍵を開けました。
After getting everyone's permission, I unlocked the door.
部屋の中にはクラウス様とナツヒ様が倒れていました。
Lay sprawled on the floor inside the room.
南條先生がすぐに脈を取った。
Nanjo checked their pulse.
そして二人とも即死だったと宣言した。
Then he announced that the two of them died instantly.
はい。
Correct.
私が二人の死亡を確認
I
しま
confirmed
した。
both of their deaths.
あれは間違いなく即
There's
死
no
で
doubt
した
they。died instantly, both of them.
私は何かの手がかりがないか部屋中を探し回った
I searched the
よ
room looking for a
その
clue.
結果窓も扉も完全に施錠されていて密室だったことが分かった
In the end, I found that the windows and doors had all been locked, making it a closed room.
またしても密
Another
室。
closed room, yeah.
またしてもマスターキーを持つ私たちが疑われることに。
Servants all have master keys, they'll be suspected again, yep.
しかしご安心を。
Have no fear.
奥様に疑われていた私たちは互いを見張り合っていたのです。
After Madame began suspecting us, we started keeping an eye on each other. Okay.
私たち使用人全員は常に一緒におりました。
All of the servants were together the whole time.
僕たち使用人全員はそれぞれが使用人全員のアリバイを証明できます。
All of the servants can prove an alibi for the other servants. Really?
こりゃ面白い。
Now that's interesting. The servants didn't want to get caught, and so they're doing this. Oh. What are we gonna do now?
今度はさらに完璧な密室だって言いたいのか。
You're saying this closed room is even more complete. Yep, that seems to be the case. The most complete room it's possible to make a complete closed room.
最初の密室には全員にアリバイがなかった。
In the case of the first closed room, no one had an alibi.
そして今度の密室には全員にアリバイがあることになっている。
For this closed room, they all have alibis.
この世界では使用人たちそのものが生きたマスターキーとなって
In this world, the servants themselves become living master keys. Nothing says they're not all in on it.
その使用人たちのアリバイが完璧である以上、夏日の部屋の施錠は不可能だぞ。
Since those servants have perfect alibis, it's impossible to lock Natsuhi's room.
僕たちは現場を保全することにした。
We preserved the crime scene as it was. Okay.
外からガムテープでベタベタと窓や扉を封印したよ。
We put packing tape all over the outside of the doors and windows, sealing them.
きっとこの部屋に犯人の何かの手がかりが残ってる
I'm
は
sure
ず。
the culprit left some sort of clue in this room.
警察が来るまで絶対誰の出入りもできないようにした。
Made sure no one would be able to enter or leave until the police arrived.
となりゃ食堂も同じだ。
We did the same to
俺
the
たちは
dining
さら
hall.
に食堂も同様に封印した。
We sealed the dining hall in the same way.
そもそも屋敷自体を保全するべきで
We
は
reached
と
the
いうことに
conclusion
な
the
りまし
entire
たが
mansion itself should be preserved.
屋敷自体にも封印をし、私たちは全員ゲストハウスへ
We
避
sealed the
難し
mansion
ました。
itself. All of us taking refuge in the guest house. Okay. Everyone moves to guest house.
屋敷全体に封印？
They sealed the whole mansion?
窓全部をベタベタとか？
Packing tape on all the windows?
はしごをかけて3階の窓までか？
A ladder for the windows on the third floor? They crazy.
ゲームが複雑になるので単純化するわ。
Game gets complicated otherwise, so I've simplified it.
すべての窓には鉄格子が入っており、窓からの出入りは不可能である。
Ah, there we go. All the windows had steel bars on them. It's impossible to enter or leave by them.
よって
Therefore,
玄関と裏口の2つの扉を封印するだけで屋敷は封印できることにする。
we'll say they can seal the whole mansion by sealing 2 doors, the front and the back one.
なるほどな。
Alright, that's
そりゃ
easy.
簡単だ。
どう考える？
What do you think?
夏日おばさんの部屋にいた2人を殺すこと自体はたやすい。
Actually, killing the two in Natsuhi's room would be easy.
ノックをして開けてもらえばいいだけの話だ。
Someone just has to knock and get them to open the
し
door.
かし、その後に施錠ができない。
But how do they lock it after?
施錠は使用人にしかできない
Only servants can do that?
使用人全員にはアリバイがあるぞ。
All the servants have alibis?
使用人全員がグルって可能性さえなけりゃな。
Unless the servants are all in it
俺は
together.
それより第一の番をま
More
だ
importantly, the
疑っ
first
てるぞ。
Twilight's made me suspicious.
食堂で死んでいた6人の誰かが生きていて犯行を。
You think one of the 6 who died was alive and committed the crime?
エリカの影響でな。
Because of
どうに
Erica.
も剣士ってやつを疑わずにはいられね
Can't help but be suspicious when people are examining corpses.
つまり最初の食堂の6人の犠牲者の誰かが生きていたと。
So one of the first 6 victims might have been alive?
ああ、
Yep.
そしてその後クラウス夫妻を殺した。
Afterwards, they kill Kraus and Nazi. Genji's master key was destroyed, though. They did say
そし
that.
て内側から施錠し室内に隠れていて
Then
木
they
を見
locked
て
the door
逃
from
げ
the
出したん
inside,
だ。
hid the room, and found a good chance to escape.
筋の通った推理であるぞ。
Does make sense.
赤で語るわ。
I'll say it
第
right.
一の番の犯人は確実に6人を殺している。
The culprit of the first Twilight really did kill 6 people.
ならばわらわも青き真実で追求しよう。密室の正体はこうだ。
The true nature of this closed
犯
room.
人は内側から施錠し夏日の部屋内に隠れていたのだ。
The culprit locked the door from the inside, then hid in Natsuhi's
そ
room.
して
After
一同
everyone
が
left, they
退
found an
出した
opportunity
後
to escape.
木を見て脱出した。
いいわ。赤で否定する。
Sure, I'll shoot that down in red.
一
Okay.
同は退出と同時に部屋を封印した。
The group sealed the room at the same time they left.
その退出に犯人は加われない。
No culprit joined the group as they left.
そして夏日の部屋、食堂、屋敷のすべての封印は決して破られる
All
こ
of the
と
seals
は
on
ない。
Natsuhi's room, the dining hall, and the mansion itself will not be broken. Okay, so she's basically saying, since she's asking for a whodunit, if anyone else dies, is she saying it's none of the people in there? Although people could have left the dining hall, to be fair. People could have left the dining hall if they were dead. If they played dead, they could have gotten up, left the dining hall, and hidden in the guest house. But basically, I think that means Natsuhi and Kraus can't be the killers.
ってことはつまりベッドの下に隠れて後でこっそり抜け出すとい
In
う
other
トリ
words,
ッ
you
クは
can't use the
使
trick
え
where
ない
they
って
hide
こ
under
と
the
な
bed
の
and
ね。
slip out later.
面白い。なかなかだぜ。ベルン
Nice
カス
going
テル。
burn.
どうも。
Thing. Also, anyone who's not a servant presumably has an alibi. But how did the thing get... This is the crime of the second Twilight. The crime was seen as Natsuhi's room, a locked, closed room. This time, all the servants with master keys had alibis. The whole group, realizing the danger of being inside the mansion, took shelter in the guest house. Twilight 4. Alright. Although they took refuge in the guest house, holed up in there until the typhoon passed. There, if everyone watched everyone else, they should be able to prevent further crimes from inside and outside. They wouldn't be able to keep it up without breaks until the typhoon passed off. Once again, their actions left a weak point and they were faced with yet another tragedy.
用事で表へ出たシャノンちゃんとカノン君がいつまでも戻らないんだ。
Shannon and Cannon went out on an errand. They haven't come back.
ジョージ兄さんが騒ぎ出し全員で外に出てシャノンたちを探すことになったんだ。
George got upset, so we went outside to look for them. Okay.
シャノンさんはバラ庭園に倒れておりました。
Found Shannon Chan lying there in the rose garden.
おいたわしや。
Poor, poor Shannon Chan. She's already gone. Rip Shannon.
生きててくれと願ったさ。
I prayed she was alive.
でも僕は彼女が死んでいることを
I was forced to acknowledge her
認めなければ
demise.
ならなかった。
Oof.
無論私も検視し彼女の死亡を確認しました。
I examined her and confirmed her death.
二人が出かけた時、私たちはゲストハウスの戸締まりを確認するためにいろいろとやっていました。
We were when the two of them left, we were busy checking the locks around the
だ
guest
から
house.
私たちにはみんなア
None
リ
of
バ
us
イが
have an
ないので
alibi.
す。
No one has an alibi.
僕が殺すものか。
Me kill him?
僕に殺せるものか。
How could I have killed him? Is that a new George sprite for this chapter?
ジョージお兄ちゃんには殺せないね。うん。
George Unichan didn't kill him.
その後ジョージ兄さんにだけはアリバイがあることが分かったんだ。
Later on, we learned that George Nissan alone had an alibi.
シャノン殺しに限ってはジョージ兄さんには不可能なんだ。
At the very least, George Nissan couldn't possibly have killed Shannon.
逆に言えば
Turned around.
ジョージの兄貴以外なら誰にでも殺せたわけだ。
Anyone other than George could have killed her. If it's a whodunit, that probably means
犯人に悪用されるのを
it
防
can't be
ぐた
George.
め、
To prevent the culprit from using it for
シ
mischief,
ャノンさんの持ってたマスターキーはその場で破壊しました。
we destroyed the master key Shannon had on the spot.
シャノンが殺されると同時にカノンは永遠に行方不明となるわ。
By the time Shannon is killed, Cannon goes missing forever.
以後カノンは殺されたものとして扱う。
From now on, Canon is treated as being killed. So I want to stop for a second. There are 5 servants. Oh, interesting. Hinzo is not here. Okay. I was gonna say there are 5 servants, and she explicitly stated there are 5 master keys. However, based on our previous logic, Shannon and Canon are the same person. Based on previous games. I don't know if that logic holds true, though, here. If that logic holds true that Shannon and Canon are the same person, then there is 5 master keys and 4 servants, meaning someone else has a master key. Yeah? Right? So, because she explicitly stated 5 master keys, and if Shannon and Canon are the same person, then we axe off all these people and say one of these people here is the killer. They're dead. Let's see. Dead. No wait. Who's the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We're down to just the kids as killers, right? And Nanjo. And George is also axed. So it's Jessica, Battler, Maria, and Nanjo as killers. Assuming that these guys are actually dead. If the people in the guest house are, if the people in the dining hall weren't actually dead, it makes it a little more complicated, but process of elimination is getting us somewhere fast. Because then you have to say, like, who among these is likely to have a master key? That's pretty hard. Kraus and Natsuhi are clearly dead. But also we haven't had a master key murder again, so... Oh, they're clearly dead, so they can't be the killers, right? Like, clearly dead, can't be killers. Clearly dead, can't be killers, treated as dead. Yeah, so I think if we include Shannon as canon, it means someone else is the killer. It means someone else is the killer, and we have to guess who the killer is of the remaining people. Also, Beatrice is not in the list either. So we have like Jessica, Battler, Maria. Someone from the rooms that was supposedly murdered, whose name is probably not Genji. It seemed like the purple text told us they were actually dead though, so I'm kind of thinking these guys are dead. And if I think these ones are actually dead, even though I'm like vaguely suspicious, it leaves me with like it still leaves me with Jessica, Nanjo, Maria, Battler. Jessica, Nanjo, Maria, Battler, yeah. It leaves me with Jessica, Nanjo, Maria, Battler as someone with an extra master key. And that's how they got around. From now on, Canon is treated as being killed. Canon's master key is treated as being destroyed. Did Canon actually have a master key? She's saying it's treated as having been destroyed because Shannon is Canon. Not that Canon had a master key that is separate from Shannon, which I would want clarification on. Well, I thought it'd be rude, so I kept quiet about it. That's what happens when Shannon dies.
つまり、死体はなくとも、シャノンとカノンは同時に殺されたという解釈で良いのか。
I think they're mislead. I think this puzzle is trying to mislead us on that point because it's a proof for whether or not you paid attention in the previous chapter. That's my thought. This is, do you remember the previous chapter? This is like your memory check. That's what I'm leaning towards. Yeah, I'm leaning towards Shannon and Ken are dead, but Shannon and Ken are the same person and only had one master key. He says treat his key as having been destroyed, but I mean, if he's Shannon, he only has one key. And his key was destroyed when they destroyed Shannon's key. Because he's not real. So, yeah, we're missing a corpse. That's fine. That's right. Looks like the crimes are moving along. And they said they said George was innocent. This is the crime of the fourth twilight, the scene of the rose garden. There were no locks or doors. It wasn't a closed room, so the master keys were no longer a factor. And the pace of the crimes began accelerating. Fifth and sixth twilights. Alright, who's dead next? This is a fast game. Everyone took shelter in the guest house. They carefully sealed all doors and windows, locking themselves in a closed room. However, several closed room murders have already occurred. Could locking themselves in a closed room do anything more than invite yet another tragedy? After arguing fiercely in the cousin room about finding the culprit, they decided they should double-check Nanjo, Kumasawa, and Goda's testimony. And there, they learned a tragedy occurred once more. Hey, Nanjo says they're both dead. In both Goda-san and Kumasawa-san's cases, such wounds would have resulted in instant deaths, I believe. Such a gruesome way to die. Hell, they survive with wounds like this? Goda and Kumasawa-san are both dead. That's not new information. Them dying just means they aren't the killers. That's not very useful. Being busy. Keeping a lookout and locking up and all that. No one has an alibi. It's not true. Who has it? Look. If they were killed that way, the culprit would have definitely gotten blood splatter on themselves. Dr. Nanjo and all the cousins have no blood spatter on them? The four cousins and Nanjo couldn't have killed Goda or Kumasawa? I don't know if that's certain. The four cousins and Nanjo couldn't have done it, so it has to be one of these people. Goda, Kumasawa, Genji, it has to be like... is this... It feels like they're misleading us here. Off the trail of these, because that puts us at nobody able to kill anybody, as everyone's dead except for Canon. And they're pointing us towards Canon. I think that's an F. The four cousins and Nanjo couldn't have killed Goda or Kumasawa. I don't agree. I mean, it says that, but it's really sketchy, because then, if these four can't do it, Nanjo can't do it. Dead. Like, dead. That doesn't quite work. I think we're being misled here. Basically, Jessica's coming to a false conclusion, and she's allowed to come to this false conclusion because she's allowed to say something. That's her own interpretation, but I think it's wrong. I think this is designed to throw you off the trail. In that case, it's clear the culprit's someone other than us. You guessed someone might have snuck in, so you checked around, but the guest house is still locked up. We haven't had much of a hint that one of the people who we thought was dead in the dining hall is alive. Since I haven't seen evidence, I'm not going to suggest that they're the killer. Still. Perhaps the culprit has a master key after all? Impossible. That's in purple, not red. No master key exists except the two keys on the two people who lie dead here. Since the two keys that exist here are inside the guest house, that makes the guest house a perfect closed room? Well, since someone's dead, it obviously wasn't perfect. This is the crime of the fifth and sixth twilights. The scene's a closed room known as the guest house. Goda and Kumasawa's master keys were also destroyed, meaning all the master keys have now been lost. So, like Nanjo, I'm still leaning towards Nanjo, Jessica, Maria, Bandler. Again, no red text to say all the master keys are destroyed. Now no one can break into this closed room guest house. At least that should have been the case. 3, 2, 1, another closed room murder, proving that this isn't over. 7th Twilight. This time Nanjo is killed. Okay, Nanjo's not the killer. He died in the entrance hall of the guest house. It was far too foolish of him to come here alone to check that everything was locked. He's dead. Been killed. Even I can say for sure this was an instant death.
戸締まりは完璧だよ。
Everything's locked up perfectly.
密室なのにどうして？
What happened if this is the closed room?
じゃあ俺たちの中に犯人がいるってこ
Is
と
the
になる
culprit
ぞ。
one of us?
それはありえない。状況から判断して私にもマリアにもバトラにもジョージ兄さんにも南條先生は殺せない。
Judging by circumstances, you couldn't have killed Dr. Nancho?
そもそもゲストハウス内で南條先生を殺すこ
No
とは
one
不可能
can
なん
kill
だ。
him inside the guest house?
しかも
Look
つ
at
まり
this.
こいつは南條先生がゲストハウスを出ていない証拠だ。
This is proof Nanjo didn't leave the guest house.
じゃあ南條先生は殺せないってことになる
That
ね。
means no one kills
な
Nanjo,
の
right?
になんで殺されてるの？
How was he killed? No one could answer that innocent question. This is the 7th Twilight. Once again, the crime scene was the closed room known as the guest house. Various bits of evidence made this crime seem even more impossible. Then the tragedy reached the 8th, the final Twilight. The final Twilight. Who bites it, do you think? George? Maria? Jessica? But now it's clear holding up wouldn't keep them safe. Jessica might have chosen anger as a way to numb her fear. She flew out of the guest house in a rage looking for the culprit that surely hid outside somewhere. George, Battler, and Maria hurriedly chased after her. Outside the building, they found her lying on the ground. It was, as anyone could tell at a glance, a gruesome corpse.
ジェシカちゃん
Poor Jessica.
即死だったろ。
You probably died instantly.
これで生きているわけがないもん
There's
ね。
no way anyone could live through this.
俺たちは3人でずっと一緒だった。
They hurriedly chased after her. She probably died instantly. We were together the whole
俺
time.
もジョージの兄貴もマリアもジェシカは殺せねえぞ。
George, Maria, and I couldn't have killed Jessica. Slipped and fell.
私たち3人にジェシカは殺せない。
Three of us couldn't have killed Jessica.
マリアちゃんが人なんか殺すもんか。
As if Maria could kill
マ
someone.
リアちゃんには誰も殺せないよ。
Maria couldn't kill anyone.
ありがとう。
Thanks.
ジョージお兄ちゃんだって大人は殺せないよ。
George Onichan couldn't kill an
子
adult.
供は殺せるけれど。
He could kill a kid though.
ああ、何がなんだかさっぱりわからねえぜ。一体
What's going on
何
here?
がどうなってやがるんだ。
This was the 8th Twilight. The crime scene was outside. However, the three who chased after Jessica have alibis. George, Battler, and Maria couldn't have killed Jessica. Did Jessica die by mistake? Or accident? You think George and Maria are out? I'm thinking George and Maria, but that leaves Battler. Nanjo's presumably dead. Is there really someone hiding on this island apart from the family? The curtain's lowered on this tale for now. That leaves us with Battler.
これで
That's all
私
for
の
my
物
tale.
語はおしまいよ。
That leaves us with Battler, sensibly. So I'm gonna go over the rationale again. Okay, so Shannon and Ken are the same person. She said there's 5 keys. So, and she didn't do any clarification to say they were different people at any point. So this might ring true for this here, which means there's 4 keys. And the 5th key is used by the killer to kill people. So the 5th person has their own master key and is their own master key. These 2 are super dead. Now these 2, these 5, including Genji, might be dead. And are probably dead? But like, it's a little bit iffy. Nanjo is super dead, Jessica's super dead, George has an alibi. And you have to ask yourself, whether you think Maria could actually kill all these people? Like, is physically capable of doing so. Obviously, if you have a gun, yeah, Smith and Weston can do some, The magic of Smith & Wesson can get you a really long way. Hopefully they would have heard a gun go off, though. Hopefully. So I'm leaning towards Battler actually being able to kill people. If George has an alibi. I mean, George has an alibi at all, so that means he's pretty safe. I was, like, Nanjo is a possibility. Lying Doctor, maybe. Battler isn't actually a detective and doesn't seem to have any omniscience. Or this character Battler, right? This seems to be character Battler, because Beatrice is not here. So Battler, the character, can be the killer. I'm just not... I think Jessica died by, like, slipping in the rain. I think that's what happened. I don't think Jessica has a killer. I think everyone else got murdered, though. That's where I'm leaning. Oh, a nice reminder. A nice reminder. Born with weak bronchi and is sometimes assailed by sudden asthma attacks. Maybe she's in the house, has an asthma attack, runs off, dies. In a panic. Like, who knows? Suffocates in the rain. I don't know. I mean, I don't think asthma is going to be that bad. They'll like... I don't think you would die, but I mean, who knows? I think she slipped and fell because everyone else is dead. Either that, or we have to assume that it's like one of these is the culprit and has a key, and that gets to be real annoying. And they said the seal wouldn't be broken, so I'm just gonna assume. Alright, that's all for your tale. I'm gonna save. Because there's interactivity now, so we might have to guess.
なかなかよくできてるじゃん。ちゃんと朗読したなら、ベアとのゲームに混じってても不思議じゃない物語だったわ。
If you had a full-on reader, it'd stand up well against Beato's games.
それは認めるぜ。
I agree that.
よくできてた。
You did a good job.
まあ、ここから朗読して感激に耐えるものにするのが骨
The
な
real
の
work
である
comes from taking this, reading it, and making it worthy of proper theater going.
しかし、何が何だかさっぱりだぜ。まともに考えたら、犯人は後ろ宮家以外の謎の人物ってことになっちまう。
On the face of it, the culprit has to be some mysterious person outside the Ashuramiya family. That would violate mystery genre conventions. Try again.
それは魔女を認めるも同じだ。
That'd be the same as acknowledging the existence of a witch.
他にも犯人に協力する共犯者の
We can
存在など
suspect
が疑えるだろうな。
or accomplices aiding the culprit, sorry.
そもそも、あの紫
What was that purple text about? Basically just summarizing things or people giving statements.
新しいルールか?
A new rule?
紫の発言
I call them purple statements. They're basically the only information you need to know, right?
話を分かりやすくするために作ったルールよ。
It's a rule I made to make the story easier to follow.
紫の発言は重要な発言であると認識してくれれば結構。
Think of the purple statements as important spoken statements.
逆に言えば、紫でない発言は無視することも可能かもしれない。
In other words, you might be able to ignore the spoken statements that aren't purple.
ほう、そりゃ親切な話だな。
It's very nice of you.
では、紫の発言は赤き真
Are
実
purple
に準ず
statements
る。
as reliable as red truth? Hell no.
ええ。
Oh, they are?
紫の発言は赤き真実と同じ力があると考
You
え
can
てい
think of the purple
る。
statements as having the same power as red truth.
ただし、一つだけ
But
例
there's
外
one
がある。
exception. If the person is genuinely mistaken? If someone's genuinely mistaken,
そ
does
れ
that
は
work?
犯人は紫の発言で嘘をつくことができるということよ。
A culprit can lie with purple statements. What? A culprit can lie with purple statements. God damn it, now I need to go back through the purple statements. That's not fair.
なるほど、逆に言えば、犯人以外は嘘を
To
つ
turn
けないっ
around,
て
anyone
わ
who's
け。
not a culprit can't tell lies.
紫の発言。
Purple
これ
statements.
がどうやらベルンカステル教のゲームの鍵であるわけだ
It
な。
seems to be the key to Lady Burncastell's game.
ええ、そうよ。
That's right. It means clearing someone else in purple is really powerful. That means Maria cleared George and George cleared Maria, so they're not guilty. The thing is, Jessica said they would have had to have blood splatters on them, right? If they were the killer. That makes it really hard because that means they've never seen the killer? If that's absolutely true.
私のゲームのルールの前提を説明するわ。
The definition of culprit is one who murders. It's possible for a culprit to lie. It's possible for a culprit to lie even before committing murder. Characters who are not culprits only speak the truth. Characters who are not culprits may not cooperate with the culprit. Interesting. A culprit must carry out all murders directly by their own hands. Culprit must not die. Must be among the characters appearing in the story. Purple statements are as absolute as red truths. However, the culprit may lie with purple statements.
以上よ。
That's all. Yeah, I'd like to go back through Battler's purple statements. I want to go back through Battler's purple statements. And I want to go through the statements where people identify who's dead in the first murder.
犯人の定義は殺人者である。
The definition of culprit is one who murders.
もっともな話だぜ。
Makes sense.
犯人は嘘をつく可能性
It's
があ
possible
る。
for a culprit to
こ
lie.
れももっともな話である
Seems。reasonable too.
犯人は殺人以前にも嘘をつける。
It's possible for a culprit to lie even before committing murder. Because I want to know what Battler's statement before the blood splatter scene was, because I want to know what he was actually doing. If he says, like, oh, I just came from my room or something in purple, that would be interesting. It's possible for a culprit to lie before committing murder. Well, no surprises there.
犯人でない人物は真実のみを語る。
Characters not culprits only
あ
speak
り
the
が
truth.
たい
Yep, how
話であ
convenient.
るな。
犯人でない人物は犯人に協力しないですって
Characters who aren't culprits may not cooperate with the culprit, right? There's no accomplices.
これはつまり口裏を合わせる共犯者がいないということか。
So the culprit can't make accomplices tell lies to match their version of events?
やられたな。犯人をかばってアリバイを捏造している奴がいると疑ってたんだが。
My guess was someone manufactured an alibi to cover for the culprit, but no.
おあいにくね。
Too bad.
犯人はすべての殺人を自らの
The
手で
culprit
直
must
接
carry out all the
行
murders
う。
directly by their own hands. I guess the easiest thing to do would be to check if the dining room still had all the bodies in it, but they didn't. I don't think they did that in purple.
つまり
In other words, there's no remote or indirect methods of murder like traps.
間接殺人はないというわけだ。
Yep.
犯人が死ぬことはない。つまり
Can't commit
殺
murder
害
in a
後
closed room.
密室を構築して自殺ってことはないってわけか。
それはつまり死者は犯人ではないってことにもなるわね
Does that mean that dead people can't be culprits?
それは地味に重要な情報
A
である。
simple yet vital piece of information. We just need to verify that everyone's dead.
犯人は登場人物の中にいる。
A culprit must be among the characters appearing in the
未
story.
知の人物が島に紛れ込んでってのはなしってわけだ。
Now, I'm pretty sure in purple it was stated that everyone identified each other's bodies, but I don't know, are their parents' bodies or whatever, so we might be okay. It's not about a mysterious stranger constructed into the island? Yeah.
登場人物は金蔵を除いたい
The
つも
appearing
のお
characters
約
are the
束
same
の
old 17
17
people after Kinslow's removed. Oh man, Burn Castile's really pushing this canon line.
それ以
Alright.
外は登場しないし関係もない
No one else appears in the story, no one else matters. Remember, with you it makes 17.
紫の発言は赤
Purple
き真
statements
実
are as
と
absolute
同
as
じ
red
価値観だ
truths.
し、犯人のみ
The culprit can
紫
lie
の
with
これ
purple.
が厄介であるな。
There's a troublesome one. Yeah, we get it, Beto.
ゲームの肝ってところだろう。
See the
そ
heart
れ
of this
で
game?
ゲームの前提とやらは終わりか。
Does that cover all of this game's basic rules? Can we have, like, everyone vomit their dialogue in purple again?
最後に付け加えるとしたら朗読者は嘘をつかないという
Besides that, I guess there's only the reader will tell no lies.
つまり
In other
や
words,
ってもよかったけれどゲームが複雑になってめんどくさいし
outside of spoken statements, there's no lies in the narration. I could have added that stuff if I wanted, but it'd be a pain to make things complicated.
魔女の特権を自ら手放すとは
You willingly abandoned a witch's privileges?
大した余裕であるな。
You seem confident.
それでも勝てるつもりなんだろうぜ。
He probably plans to win despite that.
私からは以上で全てよ。
That's all from me. Do I wanna... Let's see. I guess
こ
we'll
れ以
keep
上は
going.
何の質問もヒントも出すつもりはないわ。
I don't intend to give you any more hints or answer any more questions.
立ち会い人として最後に改めて宣言するわ。
As observer, I proclaim this once again.
以上の情報で犯人が特定できることを保証する。
I guarantee it's possible to pinpoint the culprit with this information.
よし。了解した。
Got it.
腕が鳴るぞ。
Can't wait to get started.
そなたと共にまた同じミステリーに挑めるとはな。
I can't believe the two of us are going to take on the same mystery together once more.
ああ、楽しませてもらおうぜ。
I'm looking forward to it. So what do you guys do? This is a real game between you and me. I recommend finding some paper and something to write with if you really intend to fight me. If you do get completely stuck, maybe you should listen in on Battler and Beato's reasoning. We'll have those be hints for when you get absolutely stumped and can't move forward. Alright. Still, I'd rather fight you one-on-one if you plan to enjoy our little duel. Try defeating me by your own power alone without relying on hints. So my current theory is Battler. Working theory is Battler, or one of the people in the first Twilight didn't actually die. Alright, let's enjoy ourselves, shall we? Let's enjoy this game I created just for you. Okay, Burn. View the purple statements by character. They didn't make any statements. You know what? The fact that they didn't make statements means they're likely dead anyway. Okay. First Twilight, nothing suspicious found in the dining hall. Nanjo checked their pulse. He announced the two of them died instantly. We sealed the dining hall the same way. And no, anyone other than George Aniki could have killed her. None of us had an alibi. We've been busy locking up and all that. None of us has an alibi. The Master Key exists to the two keys. Oh, we lie dead here. So if the sixth statement... Okay, so let's look at this. I'm gonna say, like, for Battler, if for Battler is the killer, the only thing he's lying about is the 5th, 6th Twilights. Proof Nanjo didn't leave the guest house. Ooh, interesting. He also says, so if he's the killer, his 6th Twilight and 8th Twilight statement is wrong. I think Maria's pretty safe. And she says George couldn't kill an adult, he could kill a kid. The three of us couldn't kill her. Ooh, she says absolute truth there. Alright, all the victims died instantly. If I can, blah, blah, blah. It's clear no one is hiding. Yup. Destroyed Genji's master key. We made sure no one would be able to enter or leave until the police arrived. We went inside to look for them. George got upset. George couldn't have killed Shannon. Goda and Kumisawa are both dead. The four cousins and Dr. Nanjo couldn't have killed Goda or Kumisawa. Judging by the circumstances, they could not have. That's an interesting purple line. That's an interesting purple line. That counteracts Battler's theory. I'm just looking for second Twilight truths. I was forced to acknowledge she was dead. No hiding the truth. Guest house was still completely locked up. Instant death. No one could kill Nanjo inside the guest house. No one could kill Nanjo inside the guest house. What if... Dr. Nanjo didn't leave the guest house. No one could kill Dr. Nanjo inside the guest house. So they have to be someone outside the guest house? Maria couldn't kill anyone? No one is going to confirm a death, even though themselves. There's no doubt they died instantly. We sealed the mansion itself. I examined and confirmed her death. Judging by his wounds, Conan confirmed died instantly. I believe Kushima did die. Each child confirmed the death of their own parents. I unlocked the door. All of us servants were together the whole time. No one and I confirmed Genji was dead. Kraus and Natsuhi lay sprawled on the floor. All of the servants found knowledge for all the other servants. Adam's room's locked. None of us has an alibi. Destroyed Shannon's master key. Okay. There's some like really good coverage here. I like this says the four cousins couldn't have killed Gota or Kumasawa in purple. Okay, she's dead, so she can't lie, right? She's dead, she can't lie. And we have multiple people saying she's dead, right? Poor Jessica, she probably died instantly. 3 of us couldn't have killed Jessica. There's no way she could live through this. So Jessica is dead, for sure. 2 people said the truth, Jessica is dead. Jessica said that none of us cousins could have killed Nanjo, and he was killed from outside the room. I think we have to say that one of the people inside the room is alive. Someone inside the room? Someone inside the first room is alive. I can't find any truth saying that they checked all the bodies. There's no truth saying that they confirm all the people inside the body, inside the first room, are there when they seal it. So they sealed the mansion and we took refuge in the guest house, but they didn't say like all the bodies in the first place were still there. So someone from the first Twilight's still alive, or someone from the first Twilight's still alive. Although Nanjo and I confirmed Genji is dead, and Nanjo's dead, and Cannon's dead, so Genji is super dead. So it's one of these 5. One of these 5 killed Nanjo. We just have to figure out who killed Nanjo. So basically, yeah, one of those 5 killed Nanjo. But however, the guest house is still locked up. The guest house is still locked up. So either one of these people went to the guest house, but then the guest house is still locked up and someone dies. There should be 2 culprits, right? Am I wrong? There's got to be more than one? Oh, hold up. I want to go back. Can I? A culprit is defined as one who murders. It's possible culprit to lie. It's possible to lie with the Characters who are not culprits, plural in culprit. Characters not culprits may not cooperate with a culprit. Or are not culprits can't cooperate with a culprit. A culprit must carry all murders directly by their own hands. A culprit must not die. Must be among the characters appearing in the story. Verbal statements are only absolute is red truths. Culprits and only a culprit can lie with verbal statements. Outside of spoken statements, there are no lies in the narration. Okay, I'll just reiterate these again. Let's see. Let's see. They're all locked at the closed room. Second Twilight. No statements. Second Twilight. Nandro checked their pulse. Can announce the two of them died instantly. We also see the dining room all the same way. I confirm both their deaths, which noted that instantly. Fourth Twilight. Who's fourth Twilight? Kumasawa. No, Shannon. Shannon is the fourth Twilight. Yoda and Kumasawa are another Twilight, so they're all confirmed dead. No one is going to mistakenly confirm a death, even those other than myself. What are the deaths for the first Twilight confirmations like? Destroyed Genji's master key. Made it a closed room, no one's hiding. No statements. No one's hiding in the dining hall. Nothing suspicious found in the dining hall. All the victims died instantly. I arrived. Or committee try unlocking the door. They're all lying there covered in blood. That's not an explicit statement of death. Locking the door. I unlocked the door with the master key. Blah blah blah. First, Genji is super dead. Each child confirmed the death of their parents. Children can lie, and this is the only confirmation of death for people other than Genji. Is that all these people said it, third person. That is not a guarantee that anyone's dead. So someone from the 5 is alive. Someone from the 5 is alive. Someone from the 5 is alive. Who is the person from the 5? I think we're going there, because there's no way Battler kills some people, right? Can there be 2 culprits? I'm not sure who to say is the killer. I'll say Jessica's not the killer because no wait, Jessica's not the killer because the culprits aren't dead, right? Jessica's not the killer because the culprits can't be dead, I believe. That's the rule. The culprit must not die. Yep, rules. The culprit can't die. So if we check... Jessica's dead, so these are all dead. Nanjo confirmed, of course, both their deaths. So these guys aren't culprits. George is alive. No one could kill Dr. Nanjo inside the guest house. If George is lying... If George lies on the 5th, 6th, and lies on the 7th, does he get away with it? I think we're good because Maria covered him though, right? George couldn't kill an adult. He could kill a child though. It doesn't quite follow. I think George is still clear, so we're down to Maria. And she says Maria doesn't kill anyone, so that's Battler. Jessica's innocent, George is innocent, Mari is innocent. Battler looks guilty. Battler looks guilty. That doesn't narrow down who's not dead, though. It could still be any one of these 5. What the fuck am I picking here? For culprit, what am I picking? Like I'm seeing one of the people in the first room is alive in order to get some of the kills, and I'm seeing multiple killers because I don't see the seals were still intact by George's standards, right? So Kumasawa and Goda, I'm just thinking Kumasawa and Goda have to have been killed by someone inside the guest house. Then the seals are presumably broken. Then Nanjo dies, and then Jessica runs out and dies. Can there be more than one culprit? The rules don't say there's only one culprit, but the issue is I don't know who the other culprits are. Oh, hold up. Wait a minute. No one who's going to mistakenly confirm a death, even those other than myself. No one will mistakenly confirm a death. If they say someone's dead, they're lying. Oh, they'll have to lie about their death. So, we already cleared these three. So, Battlers. If Battler's lying about the deaths of one of his parents, right? Alright, let's think about this. Battler lies about the death of his parent. Like Kyrie, okay? Battler decides to randomly sim for Kyrie, okay? Which doesn't make sense, but he's kind of on an okay. Maria wouldn't lie. Like, these two are cleared by each other. These two are cleared by each other, which means they aren't lying. I don't think they're lying. And Jessica's cleared because she's dead. So her family's dead. These two are cleared. And none of these would mistakenly... If they're clearing each other... That means they're giving each other the clear for their parents also being dead, meaning Kyrie or Rudolph is alive. If Battler is lying, then his first lie, nothing suspicious, would be fine. That's fine. Anyone other than George could have killed her. None of us has an alibi. No master keys exist, which is clearly false. Dr. Nanjo didn't leave the guest house. Debatable. So, based on this rationale, I think one of these two ran to the guest house and killed everyone. I think we're going with one of those guys. Can I actually save? Hold up. Okay. What do you guys think? Does anyone else have a different theory? I think my rationale of Maria and George clearing each other and thus clearing their parents being dead because no one would make a mistake about that works. Jessica being dead and obviously her parents being confirmed dead works, meaning Battler's parents are the only ones who have the opportunity to be dead, or to have the opportunity to not be dead because he could lie about them, as no one else would have a reason to tell lies. But that doesn't solve who the culprit is because it has culprit select here. And I'm iffy on how many people it could be. I don't know if the hints will tell us that, though. I'm gonna click culprit select. Can I pick more than one? The interface lets you pick more than one. Fuck. Okay. So I can pick more than one culprit. Interesting. Does that also mean that I can do something like this? Ooh, that makes things difficult. I was thinking one killer. There can be as many killers as there needs to be, though. So, like, the nice thing about this is I can do, like, based on my previous line of reasoning, I could do this. I guess Battler would have to be the killer, though, if he was lying, right? If someone's lying, there has to be two culprits, right? Like, if one of these lies about their parents' death, right? If one of these guys lies about their parents' death, obviously she's not going to because their parents dead. If one of these three lies about their parents' death, that means there has to be two culprits. And if there's two culprits, there could be a third. Shit, Because, like, think of this way. These guys are lying, and, like, one of these is live. Like, it could be like this, okay? So, like, my original plan would have been Battler and one of these two, okay? Don't know which one. One of them. Just pick one. At random. Whatever works. The issue is, since there can be more than one, and there kind of has to be, if it was going to be one, I was going to 50-50 on Rudolph and Kyrie, okay, right? Like, when it says select culprit, I was gonna 50-50 on Rudolph and I was gonna, like, 50-50 on, like, Battler and one of his thingies, but I... I guess that doesn't... That no matter what, it'd have to be all three, right? I think no matter what, I'd be in this situation. I just didn't think about it all the way. Okay, so it could be all three of these. Could it be, like, any number of these people? Because it could be easily, like, this configuration. Where George is lying, Maria is lying, and, like, Rosa's lying. And then, like, Rosa's alive or some shit. That's a pretty tough one. Because no one else confirmed the deaths of anyone else, right? Let's see. Did the deaths of, like, Hideyoshi, Ava, and her get confirmed? Let's see. No one hiding the I probably should have just thought this earlier. No one's hiding in the dining hall either. I was forced to acknowledge they were dead. Hacking toward the doors, windows, sealing them. Each of the parents confirmed the death of their own... Kids confirmed the death of their parents. David, Hideyoshi, Rudolph, Kyrie, Rosa, Genji, all lying there in a pool of blood. From puzzles to copper game? Yeah. I guess the question is whether or not we think Maria and George are lying. Let's check the rules again. It's possible for a culprit to lie. It's possible for a culprit to lie before committing murder. A culprit is defined as one who murders. Characters who are not culprits only speak the truth. Characters who are not culprits may not cooperate with a culprit. A culprit must carry out all murders directly by their own hands. A culprit must not die. Must be among the characters appearing in the story. Culprits and only culprits can lie. Outside of spoken statements, there are no lies in the narration. Fuck. That's annoying. Because now there's a couple possibilities. Either you can take the line that Battler is the only collaborator / culprit for the, to create like a Battler Rudolph Kyrie, or you can randomly loop in, George and or Maria, and then have one of their parents be the outside killer. That's a problem. I'm like in a weird 50-50 where the evidence frames Battler as the bad guy if you take Maria and George at their face value, but if they're lying, then you're like in a bad spot. What if they're right? Okay, let's check the purple again. What if George is the killer? Okay, if George is the killer, then Battler's innocent. None of us has an alibi. Anyone other than George could have killed her. Anyone other than George could have killed her. Fourth Twilight. The fourth Twilight. We need to look at fourth Twilight kills, I guess. I guess that saves George, if George is not the killer. But if we need someone inside for the fourth Twilight, right? Fourth Twilight, I examined her and confirmed her death. George couldn't have killed Shannon. 2 people confirming George didn't kill Shannon means George didn't kill Shannon. But Shannon was outside? Let's see. I examined her and confirmed her death. Not one of us has an alibi. Not one of us has an alibi. George couldn't possibly have killed Shannon. Not an alibi, but understand something. Anyway, other George. Jessica's not a liar, right? Jessica can't lie, so George can't kill Shannon. That just means George isn't the killer for that case. George couldn't kill an adult. I'm not sure I have any evidence that lines up for this. Let's see, fourth. The 2 of them left. We were busy checking locks around the guest house. Now one of us has the alibi. Shannon's dead. We know Shannon's dead. I want to say Battler and his family, but like... I want to say Battler and family, but I feel like George and Maria could... George and Maria and then one of their family members could also be the killer. I'm trying to find a way, like, George couldn't have killed Shannon. Okay, so what if Maria's killing because George is lying about Maria not being able to kill anyone? So Maria does some stabby work. Like, maybe that works? I don't know. Well, I guess it's a question of what you think's more feasible. Is it George, Maria, and possibly their entire families, or Battler and his family? Okay. I tried to look for evidence. I don't quite see any. I could reread the entire story. Not sure it's worth it when I can just reset. Do I have a coin around here? I seem to have misplaced my coins. Is this evenly weighted? Not really. Okay, that's not gonna work. Who knows what I'm gonna use to... Alright, well, I guess I can flip this. Dip away. Okay, I lose. I guess let's go with Battler and his family, because I think if I do George, okay, so I did kind of flip a coin, but that's like a bullshit excuse to just justify your own decisions. So I think Battler and his family is more likely than George and his family plus Maria. And possibly her family. Basically, a complicated solution of 3 to 5 people is more 3 to 5 people is more complicated than 2 to 3, right? Like adding extra complications of lots of people being dead that we all thought were dead is too complicated, whereas a straightforward this person's guilty because everyone else is telling the truth. Assuming that one of the living people is lying is better than assuming that multiple living people are lying and are the culprits. Basically, I'm going with like there's one culprit with us that's lying because everyone else is dead. Everyone else has been confirmed dead. The keycard logic has to be true, so that's fine. So it has to be. I think we're gonna go with Battler, Kyrie, and Rudolph. But honestly, if you were to pick George, Maria, and then like their families, I'd only be like moderately annoyed. I'd only be like, it's like a 51-49, so I'd only be like, maybe that's not the best choice, but we're Occamsing ourselves, so we're good using good old Occam's razor and just going with straightforward. Let's see, is it these 3? Occam's razor, simplest solution is usually the correct one. And this is the simplest one. Complicated is more people, more variables, more people lying at random times. Somebody! Anyone there? Oni-chan! Let's find out. Ange flew out of the guest house sobbing. Is there anyone still alive on this island? When she checked the cousin room earlier, it had been completely empty. However, she remembered she hadn't seen Battler, George, or Maria's bodies. What she didn't know was whether this meant they were safe or whether she was about to be reunited with them as corpses. Poor Ange. Where are they? Anyway, I wish we got some confirmation on whether or not there were people still in the room, but I think that was in the dining hall, but I think that was the hint that one of the people in the dining hall was alive, was the fact they didn't immediately seal it, and they didn't give confirmation in the text. That was like the most suspicious thing. If you wanted to say for like, well, how do you know someone in the dining hall is alive? They basically sealed the second room immediately and then said they went downstairs and sealed the first room. And you're like, that's weird. They didn't seal the first room in the first place? So the first room is basically an open door if anyone is lying. Or if anyone has a case of mistaken death, right? And then they explain that the culprit could lie and kind of come to the conclusion there's probably 2 culprits when they start saying things like, it's impossible for anyone to get in, and like 3 people say it's a sealed room. It's like either It's like, okay, or like multiple people say none of us could have done it. You're like, someone has to be lying about their family being dead. There has to be like another person running around outside or something. Answer me. She dashed through the rain. Where was she going? Nowhere in particular. The lost little sister dashed around in circles searching for her brother, drenched with rain and all alone. Okay. Eventually, I thought I heard my brother's voice from beyond a bush. It wasn't just his voice. I heard George Oni-chan and Maria One-chan's voices too. I called out at the top of my lungs, but they didn't answer. But it's okay now. They're right there, just on the other side of this fence. I could even faintly see them through the fence. When I ran around the fence, I found myself standing in front of a shed or something. It must be a shed to store tools for the rose garden. The three of them were standing in front of the shed. Shed. I cried out, but my voice didn't reach them. Even though I yelled so loudly, something felt wrong about all this. When people hear a voice, when they pretend not to have heard it, their bodies tend to show a sign they've noticed. However, there's no trace of that in the three of them. Even though I was screaming so loud, it truly wasn't reaching their ears. The instant I understood that, my dash towards them slowed and came to a halt. Though we appeared to be in the same world, we were actually in different worlds entirely. It was like seeing someone on TV, or more like I was seeing a ghost. I could see them clearly, but as far as they were concerned, I didn't exist. After all, look, even if I stand in front of them, their eyes can't see me. If I try and touch them, will I really be able to? What if my hand just went right through? I was so scared at the thought. I could do nothing but stand there in shock, even though I was so close to them. Damn it. I don't have a clue anymore. Someone must have snuck in from the outside the island after all. They're massacring the Ashiromiya family.
どんなに閉じこもっても必ず誰かが殺されてしまう。
No matter how we lock ourselves in, someone always gets killed.
やっぱりこれは魔女の仕業。
It's the work of a witch after all. Maria's personality does not lend to her being a killer very often. Like, I don't think Maria's been the killer at any point. At best, she's been like a willing accomplice to the killer and delivering messages for them. But I actually don't think she's ever like been the killer or had a motive to do that. Her whole personality is like the opposite of killer most of the time. Let's calm down and think. No one exists on the island except those with a direct relation to the Ashiromiya family. It doesn't make sense. After all, we've seen several murders that'd be impossible for any one of us, but not impossible for another person. Like one of the people in the first room? That's true. Is it really? Maybe we just missed something.
見落としって？
Missed something? For example, maybe someone was playing dead. Since we're the only ones on the island, the culprit must be one of us. Someone we thought was dead must have been faking it. Aniki, that's impossible. All the corpses were checked by someone. There's no way any of them were faking. I don't want to think about it. But what if those corpse inspections were also faked? It could have gone like this. Multiple culprits from the start. One plays dead. The other lies, confirms the first culprit dies. Yep. That has to be the case. There has to be two people. The culprit who plays dead keeps committing crimes. So I think there's an outside killer to kill Jessica and Shannon, and an inside killer to kill everyone else in the guest house. Or like at least at some points there's something like that happening. Culprit who played dead keeps committing crimes. Creates the illusion that some stranger snuck onto the island. Yep. You still suspect someone in the family of being the culprit? Yep. Ange was killed. It's safe to say he's probably not the culprit.
一番信頼できたと考え
Consider
ら
the
れる。
examinations performed by a doctor like him to be the most reliable. Then it's fair to say the people whose death Nanjo checked were certainly dead. Who did Nanjo check? Genji, Kraus, Natsuhi, Shannon, Goda, Kumasawa.
最初の食堂の死体。
Think back to the beginning in the bodies in the
あ
dining
の
hall.
6人の犠牲者
Of
のう
those
ち
six,
南條
Nanjo
先
only
生は
expected one.
源氏さんの死体しか検証していないんだ。
マリアたちがそれぞれ確認したはずだよ。
Didn't the rest of us check the others? Yeah, one or more of you three is lying.
南條先生が確認したわけじゃない。
Yeah, Nanjo didn't inspect them himself.
何を言ってんだよ。
He's talking about.
あの無芸殺され方でどう親父たちが生きてるってんだよ。
How could our parents survive being killed like that?
それにジョージの兄貴は何を言ってるんだ。
What do you think you're saying, George?
ってことは俺たちの親の誰かが犯人だって言ってんのか
Does
よ。
that mean one of our parents is the culprit? And one of you is a collaborator, yeah.
そりゃねえだろ。真っ先に殺されてこれだけ大勢が殺されて
They were killed right at the beginning. So many of them.
どうやったら
How can you accuse our
さら
parents
に
of being
その上
killers?
俺たちの親が犯人だなんて言えるんだよ。許せねえ。あんな殺され方をした親父たちをさらにこの上疑って恥ずかしめるなんて。
I won't let anyone, not
た
even
とえ
you,
ジョージの
suspect
兄貴でも許せねえ。
and slander our parents after they've been killed like that.
ごめん。
Sorry.
マリアのママはちゃんと死んでたよ。
I know my mama was really dead.
じゃあジョージお兄ちゃんの親かバトラの親かどっちかが犯人？
Does that mean George Oni-chan's parents or Battler's parents were the culprits?
もうよそう。マリアちゃん。
Stop this, Maria-chan.
僕もちょっと混乱してたみた
I
いだ。
must have lost it a bit back there.
ジョージお兄ちゃんはシャノンを殺さないよ。
George Oni-chan wouldn't kill Shannon.
もうよせよ。俺たちの誰も親族を殺したりするわけなんかねえだろ。
None of us would kill members of our own family, right?
だからジョージお兄ちゃんがお父さんとお母さんが本当は生きてるのに死んで
I
る
think
なん
George
て嘘を
Oni-chan
つ
would
か
lie
な
and
いと
say his
思う。
parents were dead. Not if they were really alive.
ジョージお兄ちゃんはシャノンが殺されるような事件の片棒を担ぐわけがない。
Good point, Maria. Now, she did say she specifically cut out motive, so motive is irrelevant to the story. So, technically, George could if it was, like, somehow desperate, but she's absolutely right. George would probably not be on board with Shannon being killed, so it's an easy way to eliminate him. But I tried to use, like, purely facts based on the story, as if they were just random characters with statements, rather than the characters they are. I mean, I kind of, like, lean towards Battler because, you know, George and Maria being what they are and the complexity, but if you ignore the characters, it's just the complexity that's swinging you one way. Calmly, as though answering a quiz or a riddle, Maria spoke to George. Then with a blank look on her face, she turned to Battler and spoke.
バトラはお父さんとお母さんの死体を見たよ
Battler,
ね。
you saw your dad and mom's corpses, right?
ああ見たさ。
Yeah, I saw them.
みんなも見ただろ。
You all saw them, right?
あんな血まみれでひでえ死に様で。
Bloodstain.
バトラが嘘をついてると思う。
I think you're lying.
は
What?
どうしてそうなるんだよ。
Where did that come from? Maria's a lie detector.
そうすると筋が通る。
That way it all makes sense. It makes the most sense. At least it's the least complex and most sensical route. Anything else would require George and Maria to be guilty.
最初の食堂でバトラの両親は死んでなかったの。
Back in the dining hall, Battler's parents weren't dead.
その片方が夏日おばさんたちを殺し、内側から鍵を閉めて部屋にと
Yeah.
どまる。
One of them killed Natsuhi and Kraus, locked the door from the inside, and waited in the room. Unfortunately, I couldn't guess which of them wasn't dead, so I guessed both. If I'm wrong though. Although I think I'm. Hold up, just a second. I got an achievement a minute ago. I'm gonna check what the achievement is. That is Nekopara. That is not this game. Find the culprit without hints. I'm correct. No questions. I'm correct. One of them killed Natsuhi and Uncle Kraus, locked the door from the inside, and waited in that
も
room.
う片方がそれ以降の殺人を
And
引
the
き
other
継
one
いだ。
took over the murders after that.
ゲストハウスの密室を破るには内側に協力者がいなくてはな
To
らない。
break open the closed room of the guest house, they need an accomplice
それが
inside.
バトラ。
That's Battler.
全部説明がつく
Explains
よ。
everything.
いい加減にしろ。
You don't like being exposed by a 9-year-old? Very intelligent 9-year-old, but still.
よさないかバトラ君。マリアちゃんも。
You too, Mario?
やっと頭の中の狼と羊のパズルがぴったりと収まった。
Finally, all the pieces fit together in the wolves and sheep puzzle in my head.
犯人はバトラー一家。
I love how calm Mario is about this. She's like, the culprits are Battler's family.
正解？
Am I right?
何を言ってやがんだ。
正解よ。
Correct. The voice came from behind Ange. She spun around surprised. There, covered in blood, yet wearing cheery expressions, were Rudolph and Kyrie.
ルドルフおじさん、キリエおばさん。
Rudolph, Kyrie, I'm so glad you're After saying that much, George realized what his words meant, and his face twisted into an expression of shock and horror. Maria wasn't surprised, however, she showed no joy at having her answer proved correct. As her battler, Ange saw it. The terrible expression, one she'd never forget as long as she lived. A demon's smile. A hideous demon she'd never see again twisted its face in a foul grin, and the truly horrible thing was, she saw it on her brother's face. Rudolph and Kyrie lifted up the guns they'd been holding behind them. The barrels pointed at the foreheads of George, who staggered backwards, and Maria, who grinned as though she was beyond caring what happened next. Rip Maria. She never gets a good ending, does she? There was a flash of lightning and a crack of thunder. Nothing more could be heard. Then as George and Maria were snapped around by the roar, the strings holding them were snipped. The two dolls fell into puddles with a splash and stopped moving. Dad? Mom? All this occurred right before Ange's eyes. The maniacal laughter. You know what also makes sense, by the way? Ange being kidnapped so that they can torment her because she's running around the game board. She's running around their miniature game board. It actually makes more sense for Battler to be guilty because they would torment Ange more and burn Castell's ult. And Burn Castell and Lambda Delta really like tormenting her. So this is even more sensical. I should have thought about that. That probably would have eliminated any doubt from my mind whether it was George and Maria or Battler. So I just would have been like, wait a minute, what would hurt NJ more? Her cousins or her beloved Oni-chan being a killer? That is an external motive from the game's writer and is divorced from the narrative, which means it works. See the like George not killing Shannon, and she said she removed motive from that, so that is like not a factor in this because she said it's just a pure whodunit and not a like there's no element, there's not even an element of why. So you can have people do things they wouldn't normally do, like randomly kill people they're in love with, or you could just say like they had a quarrel or some shit and he's like fuck it, kill her. You know, who knows. But this one works because it's an out-of-game motivation of the writer to torment someone in the game realm. And we knew she was in the game realm because she saw the first 6 murders. And I even knew that in the back of my head. I just didn't factor into any of my decisions. Interesting. So I think we could have gone a little bit faster and just gone straight for Battler Kyrie or Battler Kyrie Rudolph or Battler Rudolph almost immediately. Instead of doing like that waffling between like George and Maria and or Battler. All right. NJ, who stood stunned beside them, wasn't visible to their eyes. They guffawed, overcome with laughter, and then right in front of NJ, they started joking and complimenting each other on their kills so far. The 3 hideous faces. The faces of her family made NJ want to cry and vomit at the same time, and she felt as though she'd suffocate. NJ dashed away, covering her mouth. She wanted to escape the disgusting laughter coming from her beloved family as soon as possible. And then she slipped and fell face down in a puddle of mud. She didn't try to get up. In fact, she instead chose to cover her ears and block out the disgusting laughter she could still hear. And as she did, from the shadows of the fences and bushes in this inky black rose garden, several dark things slipped into sight. Ange looked around in surprise to see eerie black shapes appearing from all over the garden and slowly surrounding her. It was a crowd of people with goat heads. Their outfits were all different. Some wore suits, others dressed casually. All of them were covered in darkness, and all of them had goat heads. Ange, bewildered, accidentally let her hands fall from her ears, and by now she couldn't hear that disgusting laughter. Instead, in their place, she could hear the words spoken by the goats. Kyrie and Rudolph are the culprits. Battler is the culprit. Battler's the culprit. Battler culprit theory. Battler's family culprit theory. As the goats continued to mumble in eerie voices, they surrounded Ange and began drawing near. They all pressed around her, each of them naming Ange's family as the culprits. At first, everyone joined in on the Ava culprit theory. No, that was pretty weak. The sole survivor from Rock and Shima got almost all the wealth to herself, so such a theory was only natural. Oh, you mean like the, Okay. Why was Ushiromiya Ava the only one who escaped to Kuidorian? Why did she refuse to talk about what happened that day? It was decided Ava culprit theory fit these facts. However, when Ava died of illness and people learned all the vast wealth she created by the unscrupulous means would go to Ange, public opinion, or rather the forgers, created and spread a new culprit theory. Rudolph family culprit theory. If it was normal for everyone to come to the family conferences, why was Ange the only one who didn't come home this time? Or didn't come this time? Did Rudolph's family have some reason for not bringing young Ange with them? They took Battler, but he wasn't Kyrie's son. When it was revealed in some magazines Kyrie's family had close ties to a massive gangster organization, all eyes suddenly gathered on Kyrie herself. The truth of how Rudolph made a killing out of fraud and fraudulent business practices was also laid bare. Almost immediately, the couple became thought of as the most suspicious people on the island. Hideyoshi and Ava's company might have been heavy-handed at times, but at least it operated within the law. However, the more Rudolph's company was investigated, the more dirt was dug up. Furthermore, testimony was dug up about various scandals involving party tickets from the time Rudolph and Kyrie were students, and it was clear they were far more suspicious than Ava's family. And so in a flash, the Rudolph family culprit theory expelled the other conspiracy theories, including Ava culprit theory, and reigned as the greatest of them all. It wasn't really because it's more plausible than the Ava culprit theory, they just got bored of the old one and wanted a new sensation. And so it goes. The goats seemed to bend and undulate. The sky rapidly turned white, becoming a ceiling lit by fluorescent lamps. The goats had changed completely, becoming the shapes of girls wearing goat masks. All the girls were wearing the same clothes. A uniform. Uniform of St. Lucia Academy. Did you hear the real culprits were Rudolph and Kyrie? I heard. I knew there was something suspicious about them leaving their kid behind.
後ろ宮エヴァって確か本人は毒殺されてるって訴えてんでしょ
Didn't Ushiromiya Eva say herself she was poisoned to
じゃ
death?
あもう黒幕は誰か明白じゃん
Isn't it obvious who was behind that?
いいよね。一族の財産すべて独り占めなんでしょ。
Must be nice for her. She gets her whole family's riches all to herself, right?
やっぱルドルフ一家犯人説だ
I always knew the Rudolph family culprit theory was correct. That's right. I mean, I'm going to be honest, this culprit theory makes very little sense from a motive perspective. Alright, so your plan is to kill everyone. You killed everyone on the island and let Ava live so that she could raise your daughter. And then your daughter would murder Ava because Ava's a terrible parent. And then your child would get all the money. That seems like really inefficient. It doesn't even make sense. It's so bad. Like, why would you plan to get Ava? Why would you ever factor into your plans that your 6-year-old daughter killed someone? And then the way they say this is like, it must be nice for her. She gets her whole family's riches to herself. It's like, yeah, okay. The 6-year-old planned the murder of everyone on Rock and Shima. Like, what? That doesn't even make sense.
後ろ宮さんってどこかおかしいって思ってた
I
んだよ
always
ね
thought there was something wrong with Ushiromiya-san.
おかしいと思ってたよね。
Yeah, right, right. More whispering.
ル
More
ドルフ
giggling.
とキリエが犯人。
Rudolph and Kyrie are
バ
culprits.
トラも犯人じゃないの？
Isn't Battler a culprit
ルド
too?
ルフ一家犯人説。
This is Bern Castell being that schoolyard bully to NJ. Remember the one she complained about bullying her? Rudolph's family culprit theory.
ルドルフとキリエが犯人。
Rudolph and Kyrie are the killers.
財産を独り占めにしようとしたんだけど、エヴァに返り討ちにあってそれで失敗して。
They tried to get the family wealth to themselves, but Eva killed them back and they failed.
でも結局
I
は
don't
後ろ
think
宮
that's
エンジ
true
が
also,
独り
because
占めなん
Ava's
でしょ？
got way too much fucking pride to ever be like, ah, yes, I'm the killer. Ava'd be like, fuck you, I'm not the killer, I'm the best person on the planet, I protected myself. In the end, NJ gets everything anyway, doesn't she?
ルドルフとキリエが犯人だって。
Rudolph and Kyrie are the culprits? Sure.
ルドルフ一家犯人説。
Yeah, that
ル
dialogue's
ドルフ
getting
とキリエと
repetitive.
バトラが犯人。
They're the culprits, yep.
ルドルフとキリエとバトラが犯人。
Rudolph, Kyrie, and Battler are culprits, yep.
後ろ宮さんのご家族が犯人なんですって？
They're saying your family were the culprits, Ishirimiya-san.
それってどう思う？
What do you think of that?
ねえねえ。
What do you think? What do you think?
でも結局財産は全てあなたが独り占めできるんでしょ？
But in the end, you get all the family wealth to yourself, right?
後ろ宮エヴァはそれであなたには何も語らなか
I
っ
mean,
たのよ
even
ね。
at the end, Ushirimiya Eva never told you anything, right?
絶対にあの子が怪しいって思ってたのよ。
I always knew that girl was suspicious. That's right, 6-year-olds planning murders. It's completely plausible outside of the superhero genre, guys. Just assume that every 6-year-old's a
エ
murderer.
ヴァがあんたに辛く当たったこと
And planned it.
も全て説明がつくわ。
It explains why Eva hated you so much.
ねえねえ、何か言ってよ。
Say something. Tell us what you
感
think.
想とか。
Your plan sucks. I was 6 years old.
ほんと気持ち悪い子だよね。
Really is a creepy
ル
kid,
ドル
right?
フ一家犯人説ってどう思うか。ちょっ
Can
と
you
く
at
らい
least tell us what
何
you
か
think
言
of
い
the
な
theory
さいよ
creep?。
感じ悪い。
A blade of air swept over me as I crouched down, holding my head. In a flash, the illusion of female students with goat heads that surrounded me is shattered. I was curled up in a puddle in a rainy rose garden surrounded by goats, but then those goats were also sliced in half in the upper halves, fell to the side. It was like seeing a master swordsman slicing through a stick of bamboo.
こっち。
This way. The voice came from the black cat. The black cat with the bell that had guided me here. Incredible that it can talk. That doesn't matter now. I dashed after it. The goats shrank back. A hole opened in the encirclement. The black cat dashed through it. As I hurried through it, the goats began chasing after me, and countless heavy footsteps thundered behind us.
どこまで逃げるの？黒猫さん。
Where are you running to, Mr. Black Cat-san? He's Mr. Cat in English, but it was clearly Kuroneko-san in Japanese. Now I have Kuroneko pancake in my head. That's not great. Well, I mean, it is great, but it's not the song I wanted in my head. The cat ignored my stupid question. Where are we running to? It's obvious. As far as away as we can make it. However, there was an unbelievable number of goats. It wasn't just the group chasing us. There were probably goats hiding throughout the rose garden. Everywhere we went, a group of them would appear and block our path. Each time we bumped into them, we ran a different path down this maze of a rose garden. I didn't even know which direction we were running anymore. It couldn't be. We aren't running in circles in a massive crowd of goats, are we? When we ran into the arbor once more, I learned my fears were justified. The 4 paths that led from the arbor were all blocked by a crowd of goats. Of course, the path we came down was also blocked by our pursuers. There's nowhere to go and nowhere to return to. We were finally trapped.
黒猫さん、どうしよう。囲まれた。
Mr. Cat, what do we do? We're surrounded. The black cat glared at the goats that surrounded us, standing on guard. It's all over for us. And at that moment, I found myself floating in the air. A massive arm, large enough to crush my entire head, had grabbed my collar from behind. Before I could think to cry out, I saw right in front of my face a pair of strangely glowing red eyes and a massive mouth with jagged teeth and a foul breath. The mouth opened wide, and as though it was a separate creature, a bizarre tongue stuck itself out, and it spat words at me. Rudolph, Kyrie, and Battler are the culprits. Rudolph and Kyrie played dead. Battler lied when he inspected them. Then one of the parents carried out the murders up to the second twilight and hid under the bed in Natsuhi's room. Battler killed Shannon and assisted in the murders in the guest house. The other parent carried out the guest house murders. This is the truth. And then that gaping, smelly mouth slowly began closing over Ange's head.
反論
Counter.
ルドルフ一家犯人説以外でもロジックの構築は可能です。
It's possible to form a logical theory other than the Rudolph family culprit theory. A blue flash sliced off the top of the mouth that was trying to eat Ange's head, sending it flying. I fell into a puddle along with the goat that was still grasping my collar as though there was nothing left of it above its chin. Without hesitation, the goats stretched out their thick arms as though they'd been given the second chance to snatch this prey for themselves, and they rushed towards me. George culprit theory. All of them spoke in unison. Anything besides the Rudolph family theory would be impossible. Absolutely impossible.
ルドルフ一家犯人説以外でもロジックの構築は可能です。
It is possible to form a logical explanation other than Rudolph's family culprit theory. On a completely unrelated note, that you guys certainly can't tell, this is actually Erica's voice actor, saying it's possible to form a logical explanation other than the Rudolph family culprit theory. So, in case you're wondering if Erica would show up again, she showed up like 2 seconds ago.
例えばジョージ一家犯人説でも可能。
Yeah! For example, a theory with George's family as the culprits is possible. I think George's family works best as the culprit because it said he could only kill kids, but he just has to assist in murders. He doesn't actually have to do any killing. It worked. It actually works if Maria's not... Or I just realized that. Sorry. I realized that, and I'm going to explain when I realized that. Literally like 2 seconds ago. Where is it? Yes. Okay. The parents carried out the murders and one of them hid under the bed. I was thinking, so here's the thing. I was thinking, in my solution that required Maria, I was thinking in my head that George was killing the people for the second Twilight. Okay? George or Battler was killing someone for the second Twilight, which meant Battler had to be the killer because, like, George is basically out for the second Twilight. However, the goats conveniently explained something I didn't quite catch, and that was that the concept that the parents do the second Twilight killing. I didn't think of that one. I was thinking they left, drained after the discovery of the bodies, when everyone gathered to inspect the corpses. That's when I thought they got out of the first room. But the goats are correct. This is a reasonable line. If it is possible that the parents left before the second Twilight murder, they could have killed the second Twilight murder, making George's murder an equally probable situation, as it would be George and his family versus Battler and his family, with Maria just not being possible because... With Maria not really being possible, because although George could have lied about Maria not being a killer, it wouldn't make sense for her to be a killer, because it would just add unnecessary complexity to the story. That doesn't add any value in terms of like what's possible to have happened, because Maria doesn't have any crazy lines that are conflicting with any theories or make things difficult. So it leaves you with two conclusions that are equally probable that I missed, thanks to the goats. They cleared it up though. So there's an equal chance of George, which is why I called out the George theory rather than George Maria theory here, because thanks to the goats explanation, I kind of understand that. That it's actually equally plausible. Kind of cool, right? I think it's cool. Alright, Erica, what do you got for us? A red flash and a blue line became blades of wind that passed over my head. doubly slicing the arms of a goat that tried to pick me up. I think the next goats dashed, not towards me, but towards the black cat that was protecting me from behind. As I sat on my butt staring up towards the rainy night sky, the massive goats were in the air right above me, fighting the black cat or someone. A George family culprit theory is impossible? No, it's equally possible. It's only less plausible if you include his motive. Motive is the only factor that would separate that, and the fact that the motive of the writer is to torment Ange. The motive of the writer, which is one thing you can include, which I think should still lead you towards Battler, but the actual story divorced of the author's motive and the character motive would be equally possible. George can't kill Shannon. Motive was removed from this story, given to us by Burn Gustav. He can't be a culprit and he can't lie when checking corpses? No, it's possible. A culprit is defined as one who murders. No one said they had to murder a character who appears in the story? In other words, if George committed murder outside the island sometime before this crime, he could be a culprit without killing anyone on the island. It would be possible for him to lie? Yeah. It's also said he couldn't kill an adult, but I mean, he can have assistance to make it possible for him to kill. Or I guess he might need that theory. Yeah. It's just one who commits murder, if that works. Deep red curves bit into the goat. I was thinking that he could have killed Shannon himself, actually. Although I was kind of thinking, like, when I was putting the pieces together. When I was putting the pieces together, I was like, he could have killed Shannon, because I think Shannon's dead. George can't have killed Jessica, because Maria said so. Maria and I think Battler said so. So it's not possible. But I thought Shannon was possible, but I think it's actually not, and you might need that evidence for her. Now that I think about it. I'm glad I didn't pick George, because man, it could have been a 50-50. That would have been like... I don't think I would have been able to justify George's that well. That would have been a massive gaping hole if I'd actually leaned towards George. Its massive body was knocked into the air and became about 7 logs of flesh and was thrown into the rose bushes. This time, the terrible force of the attack shocked the goats. They faltered, shook, and stepped back. Finally, I understood. The red slice. It came from a weapon that could draw red slashes, but it also drew blue slashes just a second ago. It was a massive scythe that could speak both types of truth, red and blue at will, and I looked up at the sky, letting my head hang down backwards. There was no black cat there. It was a girl holding a large scythe. How's that? This level of reasoning is possible for Furuto Erica. When the crowd of goats recognized the girl who called herself Erica, a stir passed through it. It was clear this person had enough of a reputation to make them tremble. Erica lifted me up, flew into the air, and landed on top of the arbor. Then she let go of me and, still wielding her scythe, made an elegant curtsy to the crowd of goats surrounding us. This is probably the first time most of you met. Allow me to introduce myself. Pleased to meet you, everyone. I'm Furuto Erica, the detective. If you're one of those blockheads who can only think of the Rudolph family culprit theory, stand back. If anyone thinks they can counter my argument, please feel free. Of course, I won't be holding back either. The goats howled at once. It seemed to be a cry of shock, fear, or even possibly awe. The goats surrounded the arbor, chattering but not moving any closer. None of them had the courage to stand against this detective, this witch of truth called Furuto Erika.
やれや
Good
れ
grief.
幾万と集まってこのざまですか
All the thousands, and this is the best you
ど
can
な
do?
たもこのフルドエリカと論戦を楽しもうという勇気が
None
な
of
い
you have
の
the
です
courage to
か
fight Furuto Erika in a battle of words?
ならば残
Too
念
bad.
お開きにさせていただきましょう
Let's put an end to this.
さりとてこのフルドエリカ
Then again, I, Furuto Erika.
石頭の間抜け諸君を一人一人論破していくほど
have
時
enough
間が
time.
余ってもおりません
Not to counter all you blockheads one by
後
one.
片付けは彼女にお願いすることと
I'll
し
let
ま
her
しょ
clean
う
up the
お
rest.
願いします
You're up. When Erika cried out, red cracks opened in the dark night sky. Oh, not Avatrice. It looked like spiderweb-shaped fissures that appear when a glass window's been struck hard. Or more like a blood-red spiderweb? Who invited this chick? A laugh rang out through the spiderweb-covered world. A witch's laugh. It sounded like somehow familiar to Ange. And there, standing on the spiderweb, gazing down on the goats, who must have looked like trapped bugs, was the witch.
この私を差し置いて誰が六軒島の王者ですって
You forget me and call him the ruler of Rockenshima? That's actually a nice still. I like it. That's a really nice graphic. Very nice. Very stylish. Looks good. Probably one of the best I think they've got some really good ones. The first couple chapters had some iffy ones, but this is really good.
私を差し置いてルドルフが犯人
I can also totally see this being the background portrait for Avatrice's eventual inclusion in Higurashi Mei or any other crossover event. It'd be a good portrait for her, right? You forget me and you think Rudolph's the culprit? The OG villain, Avatrice. It was the witch who had hidden inside of Ava, a witch of the future, one who would one day call herself the Endless Witch after the catbox closed over this world.
このエヴァ・ベアトリーチェを差し置いてこの島の殺人劇を誰が語ると
Who forgets Avatrice and calls themselves the murderer of
お
Rockenshima?
こがましいと知りなさい
How
この
impertinent.
島のすべての生き死には私の手のひら
On this island, whoever lives and dies is up to
す
me.
べての財産も黄金も
All the wealth, all the gold is mine.
そして猫箱に閉ざされた
Everything.
この
For the fourth and fifth.
1986年10月4日も5日もすべて私のもの
Everything about the 4th and 5th in 1986 is mine to do with as I please. Everything.
このエヴァ・ベアトリーチェのもの
It all belongs to me, Ava Beatrice. Ava swung her one-winged staff at the crowd of foolish goats beneath her, proclaiming their deaths. The ceiling of spiderwebs that covered the heavens plummeted, and more spiderwebs seeped out of the ground at the goats' feet. The webs from above and below met, and thousands of goats were caught in their grasp. Then as Ava swung her staff, it swirled. Around and around like egg yolk being mixed in a bowl, and eventually it was packed into a massive blood-red goo. The moans of goats drifted out from inside. The entire crowd had been compressed into a meatball a few meters across. Oof.
私が犯人であることを疑うおバカさんたち
You morons doubt I'm the culprit?
あなたたちはエヴァ犯人説で思考停止がお似合いです
Reaching the Ava culprit theory and giving up theirs is good enough for the likes of you.
潰れて消えちゃえば
If only you'd get crushed and disappear. And Jay's been saved by two terrible people. Squelch! No other words could do that sound justice. After sucking in all those goats, the spiderweb ball vanished into thin air with a squelch. Goat moan sound redeem? What? After that, there wasn't even a trace left. A dark rose garden lay there without any sound but that of the falling rain. Ava drifted down from the sky.
おばさんはいつだってエンジェちゃんの味方よ。
Right, we'll always be on your side, Ange-chan, except for the part where I murder you and resurrect you repeatedly.
あなたの家族の悪口を言う人なんか許さないんだから。
I'll never let anyone insult your family.
エヴァおばさん。
Aunt Ava? I knew I should be grateful, and yet it was really not easy. It really wasn't easy for me to believe Aunt Ava was my ally. Ava realized it too.
いいの。
Oh, don't
感
worry.
謝されたくてしてるんじゃない。
I'm not doing this because I want to be thanked.
私はいつだってあなたの味方よ。
I'll always be on your side.
じゃあね。
See you later. She giggled, spun around, and vanished. Now that she'd already left, I started to regret not saying even a thank you. I figured I should at least thank the other person who saved me.
助けてくれ
The
て
rat.
ありがとう。
Thanks for saving me.
あなたは
Who are you?
どなたですか？
I already knew her name. What I was really asking was why she saved me.
私は探偵フルドエリカ。
I'm the detective, Furuto Erica.
そして同時に魔女でもあ
I'm
ります。
also a witch.
魔女？
A witch?
真実の魔女。
A witch of truth.
一なる真実を追求するものです。
One who searches for the single
そ
truth.
してそれはあなたのことでもありますね。
So, are you alright? Single truth, but there's two here. Those 2 days, October 4th and 5th, 1986, I'd been so desperate to know what happened that I took a step off the roof of the skyscraper. I drifted through several witch games and fragment worlds, abandoned myself to this long journey with no reward. All I want to know is what happened that day. All I want is the single truth of that day.
それを求めるのが真実の魔女です。
Searching for something like that what makes you the witch of truth? It makes you a witch of truth to search for a single truth? Oh no, she's a witch of creation and truth? Of a witch of literal lies?
だからあなたは私と同
You're
じなん
just
で
the
す。
same as me?
だから助けに来ました。
That's why I came to save you?
私は知りたいの。
I want to know.
一体あの日に何があったの？
Just what happened on that
誰
day?
も教えてくれない。誰にもわからない。
No one will tell me. No one
でも
knows.
確かにあの日に何かがあったの。
I know something happened that
私
day.
はそれを知るためなら何だって投げ出せる。
I'd give anything to know what it was.
それだけが私が命を捨てても知りたい唯一のことなの。
One thing I need to know no matter what, even if it
だ
kills
か
me.
ら教えて。
Tell me.
あなたは知っているの？
You know, don't
一
you?
体この島で何があったの？
You know what happened on this island, right?
真実の魔女にとって
Does a witch
真
of
実
truth
を与えられるものですか？
expect to be given the truth?
私がこれが真実だとあなたに押し付けたなら
If
あ
I
なたは
told
そ
you
れを
that
鵜呑みにする気ですか？
such and such was the truth, would you really accept whatever I said?
それは違う。
That's wrong. I wouldn't do that.
バトラさんはあなたに今日何を見せてくれましたか？
What did Battler-san show you today? Today, Oni-chan showed me a bizarre Halloween party. It may have been heartwarming and a lot of fun, but it definitely wasn't the truth.
バトラさんはそれを真実だと言ってあなたに見せてくれたのではないのですか？
And say it was the truth?
違う。
It's
あん
not.
なの真実じゃな
Couldn't
い。
be the truth.
時に他人は真実だと称して私たちを惑わします。
Sometimes other people will try to mislead us by claiming they know the
し
truth.
かし真実の魔女はそれに惑わされることなく一なる真実を追求しなければ
But
な
a
らない
real
の
witch
で
of
す。
truth must continue to pursue the single truth without being led
だ
astray.
からあなたはバトラさんの押し付ける偽りの真実などに納
Why
得
you
できな
can't
い。
accept the fake truth that Battler-san's trying to force on
本
you.
当の一なる真実を求めてやまないのです。
Care about finding the one real truth more than anything else.
うん。
Yeah. Oni-chan is trying to confuse me. But why? Why, Ange? Think. Think, Ange, think. I felt that this whole time. Even though he knows everything about what happened that day, he won't tell me anything at all. How is he any different from Aunt Ava, who mocked me and refused to tell me anything until even the very moment of her death? Why won't Oni-chan tell me?
どうして？
It's almost like this is all in Ange's head.
うして教えてくれないの？
I want you to tell me. The dam inside my heart burst.
どうしてお兄ちゃんは私に本当のことを教えてくれないの？
Why would Oni-chan tell me what really
どう
happened?
して？どうして私だけ知らない？
I'm the only one who doesn't
私
know.
だけ誰も教えてくれない。
One tells me the
教
truth.
えてよ。
Tell me.
あの
Tell
日に何が
me.
あったのか教えてよ、お兄ちゃん。
Tell me, Oni-chan.
お兄ちゃん。
I cried out at the rainy night sky. Hot tears poured from my eyes, but they were covered by cold rain that beat against me, so no one other than me would know that they were tears. No one would know my pain and sadness. I'm always the only one alone, all alone.
教えてよ、誰か。
Someone tell
あ
me.
の日に何があったのか私に教えて。
But tell me what happened that day.
誰にも教えられません。
No one can tell you.
真実は自分で手にしなければならないからです。
After all, you can only find the truth if you look for yourself.
真実はどこにあるの？
But where is the
どうや
truth?
ったら至れるの？
How do I
みん
find
な
it?
が隠す。教えてくれない。
Everyone hides that they won't tell
私
me.
の手で。
Find
い
it
つお願い
myself.
だから真実がどこに隠されているのかだけでも教えて。
Just tell me where the truth is hidden.
いいわ。
Very well.
教えてあげてもいい。
I can tell you. Oh? As that voice rang out, the world bent and swirled. After blinking several times, I realized the world became a sea of stars, or that's not quite right. There are stars in the sky, but the lights below me aren't stars. They're lights from the building windows, street lights, car lights. I was floating in the dark sky over a city lined with skyscrapers.
あなたに真実を教えることはできない。
I can't tell you what the truth is.
でも、どうやったら真実に至ることができるのか。
But if it's a question of how the truth can be
そ
reached,
の道を指し示してあげることはできるわ。
I can show you the way.
あんたは
You. Various bad memories are jumping out at me from the back of my mind. That's right. I was chained in place in that strange theater and forced to watch a repulsive fragment where Dad and Mom committed murder.
あれを真実だとは言ってないわ。
I never said that was the truth.
でもあんたはあれが真実だと赤で。
I heard what you said with the red. I'll say it just for you. That is all the truth. It could be believed by the external world or something like that. She didn't finish her sentence.
あんたが大声で遮ったから続きが書き消えただけよ。
You yelled out and interrupted, stopping me from
こ
saying
れ
more.
はすべて真実とは限らないと続けよう
I
と
was
した
about to say that this is all truth isn't necessarily so. Fucking savage.
あんたはどこまで私をもてあそぶ気なのよ。
How far are you willing to go to mock me?
それは謝るわ。
I apologize.
試したかったの。
I did want to test you though. Burn Castell fucking trolling the shit Ange. See what I mean by like her intentionally antagonizing Ange? Like, that's why I was like on Battler. I'm like, wait, this is a way better plan. Like, Battler works so much. Having Battler and Rudolph's family work is so much better because you're just trolling the shit out of Ange. Oh my god.
何をよ。
Test me how? Test your resolve, maybe?
あなたがどのようなものであれ、真実を受け止める覚悟があるのかどうか。
I wanted to see if you were ready to accept the truth, no matter what it may be.
真実は時として期待を裏切るわ。
The truth can betray you
あるい
sometimes.
は最も望まない形を取ることもある。
In fact, there are times when it shows itself as the thing you desire least.
あなたに見せたあの
The
かけら
worst
は
truths. That fragment I showed you is probably the worst one you could possibly imagine.
おそらくあなたにとっては想像しうる限りの一番最悪なかけらでしょうね。
However, if you lack the strength and courage to withstand even something like that,
でもそれに耐えてでも真実を求める力と勇気がなければあなたには真実に近づく資格はないの。
in that case, you aren't fit to reach the truth. Holy crap, that was a long sentence in Japanese. I have no comeback. Finding the truth is my goal, and yet you, like, turned your face away from what could potentially have been the truth at the theater? True. I just want to know what happened on the island on that day. I don't like to think that I only want to hear what I want to hear. You don't like to think that you only want to hear what you want to hear, but it's probably true anyway. It's really hard to hear truths you don't want to hear. Am I really prepared to face the bloody, unbearable truth that probably awaits me? If I find the truth, it'll mean accepting that and having to look straight at my family's tragic final moments and accepting them as they are. I mean, it could be as simple as just the bomb exploded and they didn't realize that they all died. While Ava solved the riddle of the gold and didn't realize that they died. Didn't realize what the fuck happened. If I do accept that, it means abandoning my faint hope for a convenient miracle. The idea that one of them might have survived somehow and might return even though 12 years passed. I know a miracle like that would be completely ridiculous, but if I'm honest with myself, I have to admit I've been comforted by that faint hope these past 12 years. I want to know the truth, but I want one of them to come back. Those two wishes contradict each other, and by learning the truth, I'll be forced to accept no one's coming home. The truth is always cruel. At times, it can even cut down your hopes. Most of the time, humans don't realize the cost of learning the truth. I simply wanted to see if you had the necessary resolve. I must choose between my two contradicting wishes. Will I find the truth and abandon my hopes for my family's return? Or will I give up on the truth and keep waiting for the family that will never really return for all eternity? Will I freeze up and let myself be fooled by the childish illusion my brother made for me? Tell me, Ange. Are you truly determined to learn the truth? I am. And your resolve will not falter? It will not. After hearing my immediate reply, Berncastel stared at me. Are those expressionless eyes of hers measuring my resolve? Now that my brother is covering up the truth even after becoming Game Master, the only thing I can rely on in search of the truth is the path Berncastel can show me. Deep in your eyes, I see the glint of one who seeks the truth. Will you tell me? Will you show me the way that leads to the truth? Yes? I'll guide you. Did you forget, Ange? I'm your guardian, right? How long has it been since I last heard Berncastel use that word? Yes. I haven't heard it since the very beginning when I met her in the future world and became a witch with her as my guardian. That's when I became the Beatrice of 1998, the one who would defeat the Beatrice of 1986. Been a long time. You're the Beatrice of 1998. Ange Beatrice. I became your guardian and recognized you as a witch. Remember that? It was a long time ago, guys. However, you aren't an endless witch like Beato. A witch of truth. Correct? You're like Erika. You're a witch of truth who will seek a single truth, undeceived by illusions. Well, I guess the witch of truth, Ange Beatrice, has the power to reach the single truth. Yes. However, up until now, you've been unable to use this power. Probably because you didn't recognize that you were a witch of truth? You know why? I do now. Even though I searched for the truth, I unconsciously resisted learning the truth. Exactly. Finding the truth was your goal. But at the same time, you were unconsciously... You're still going, sorry. At the same time, you were unconsciously afraid that learning the truth would mean losing that miracle of your family coming back. So you didn't have what it took to stretch your hand out to the single truth.
言われるままだわ。
You're completely right.
私には甘えがあったことを認めなくちゃならない。
I have to admit, I was naive. I must admit it. My entire family's dead. Now that I've acknowledged it, I must expose why they died and who was behind it.
ありがとう。
Thanks.
あの薄暗い劇場で見せられたかけらは、そんな私の目を覚ましてくれるものだったのね。
The fragment you showed me in the dark theater was there to open my eyes.
あなたが本当の意味で真実の魔女となってくれるのを待つために、随分と多くのゲームを重ねることになったわね。
Many, many games have gone by waiting for you to become a true witch of truth.
でも、そのすべてに意味があったと思う。
But I think there was purpose to it all.
この最後の最後のゲームで、あなたは真実の魔女に至れたのだから。
After all, now in this final game, you really have become a witch of truth.
教えて。
Tell me.
あの日あの島で何があったの？
What happened on that island on that day?
それを直接教えろなんて言わないわ。
I won't ask you to tell me
だから
directly.
指し示して。
Guide me.
私は何をすれば真
What can I
実に
do
至ることができ
to
るの？
reach the truth?
ここは少し涼しすぎるわ。
A little chilly here.
場所を移しましょう。どこへ？
Where to?
マシな紅茶が飲める場所へよ。
A place better for drinking tea. You don't like being suspended in the air above the city 5 seconds before you fall to your death? Or into a net, I guess. A massive applause filled the hall. It was an applause in honor of a good fight. An applause in honor of Bernkastel.
そしてベルンカステル教のゲームもまた素晴らしいものであったぞ。
Bernkastel's game was another splendid one.
みんなにも彼女のゲーム版を公開するので、ぜひ挑戦してみてほしい。
We're gonna reveal her game board to everyone here, so have a go at
かな
it.
りの力作だぜ。
It's pretty awesome.
結局は解かれてしまったけれどね。
You solved it in the end all the same.
誰にも解けないゲームなんてゲームじゃないわ。
Game no one can solve isn't a game.
肝心なのは面白かったかどうかよ。
The main point was whether it was fun or not.
面白かったぞ。
It is fun.
そこはわらわも保証する。
I guarantee its quality.
俺もだ。
Same
最初
here.
はこんなの解けるわけがないって思ったが、一つずつ有効になる紫発言を使い、容疑者を絞っていくあたりはパズル的な面白さがあったぜ。
At first, I thought there was no way anyone could solve it, but the way you can use one confirmed purple statement after another to narrow down the suspects made for a great puzzle.
さあみんな集まれ集まれ。
Gather, gather.
ベルンカステル教の推理ゲームってどんなのかしら？
So what sort of game is Lady Bernkastel's mystery?
それはやってみてのお楽しみ。
It's for you to find out for yourselves. Objects resembling chessboards were set out on several tables. Crowds gathered around each, looking down with interest.
ほうほう。これは論理パズルのようだね。
It's like a logic puzzle.
なかなかの正統派ではありませんか。
An orthodox one. Quite an orthodox one, don't you think?
これが魔女のゲームってものなんだね。
But this is what a witch's game is like.
はあ、こうやって見るとただのゲームなんだよな。
Looking at it like this, it's just a game.
でもこれコマにとってはとんでもない大事件なんだぜ。
Pieces, it's a massive series of crimes.
それもそうですな。
It is.
せっかくのベルンカステル教の手土産です。
It would not do to waste such a rare gift from Lady
楽
Bernkastel.
しませていただきましょう。
Let's take this opportunity to enjoy ourselves.
しかし、これは難解ですね。
Still, it's a tough one.
本当に解けるようにできているのかどうかさえ怪しくないですか？
It almost makes you wonder if it's made to be solvable, doesn't it?
解けるようにできていることをまず信じろ。
If you don't start by believing it's made to be solvable, you don't get it.
問題は解けるように出されていると、出題者を信頼して初めて思考の戦いは始まる。
A battle of wits doesn't begin until you trust the questioner and believe it can be solved.
その点は俺たちも保証するぜ。
And we guarantee it is.
さあさあ、ぜひ挑戦してみてくれ。
Come on, have at it. With battlers' encouragement, discussions over Bernkastel's mystery game begin at each table. The mix of humans and illusions in heated debate was truly a sight to behold. Beato and Bernkastel sat in a chair far off from the discussions.
お茶にご希望はございますか?
Would you like some tea?
わらわには何か落ち着く紅茶が良い。
Any kind of calming black tea
そ
for
れ
me?
をミルクティーにしてくれぬか
Milk if you don't mind.
かしこまりました。
As you
ベ
wish.
ルンカステル卿は何かご希望はございますか?
Is there anything you need, Lady Bernkastel?
紅茶に梅干しを沈めてちょうだい。
Please add some dried plums to black
ま
tea.
ずい紅茶を飲みやすくするコツよ。
That's the trick to making terrible tea drinkable.
そうへそを曲げる
Come
なと
down,
いう
come
の
down, don't
だ。
sulk.
そなたのゲームは実に面白かったと称えているというのに。
We're honestly complimenting your game for being such a fun one. Beata, who emerged victorious in the game Bernkastel put in all her heart into, was in extremely high spirits.
別にへそを曲げてなんかいない。
I'm not sulking.
私はもともとこういう顔
My
よ。
face just looks this way.
そんな表情の中にベルンなりの温かみを見出せた時にね。
I managed to spot Burn's own kind of warmth in that expression.
私は真っ暗闇の雪山の頂上で美しい星を見つけたような気持ちになるのよ。
I felt like I'd climbed to the pitch black top of a snowy mountain to find a beautiful star.
悪かったわね。顔がいつも万年
Sorry
雪で。
for having an eternally frosty face.
やれやれ。ベルンカステル卿を称えることは難しい。
How difficult it is to compliment Lady
なん
Bernkastel.
と褒めても嫌味と受け取られてしまうぞ。
No matter what you say, she takes it in a bad way.
大丈夫よ。
It's okay, it's okay.
後でしみじみと噛みしめるタイプだから。
She's the type who will keep thinking about it for hours later on.
ほうほう。ベッドの中で枕を抱きながら噛みしめるタイプか。
Oh, ho, the kind who lies in bed relishing it while hugging her pillow.
そうそう。そんな感じ、そんな感じ。
So, yes, yes, that's Bernkastel for you. Beato and Lambda Delta giggled together. Bernkastel shrugged and looked away.
でもよ、
Seriously,
よ
though,
くひねった。面白いゲームだったぜ。
it was a fun game with a twist.
そう
Think so?
ありがとう。
Thank you.
解けないようにも作れるのに。
You could have made it unsolvable. Yeah, Lambda Delta knows this because she's the girlfriend. Yeah.
お前はちゃんと解けるように作ったもんな。
You still made it to be
それは
solved.
ゲームを楽しもうというフェア精神がなければできないことだ。
You couldn't have done that unless you planned on playing fair and enjoying the game.
私は絶対に勝てるゲームが好きよ。
I like games where I win no matter
勝
what.
てないかもしれないゲームなんてめんどく
Games
さ
I
い。
might lose are a pain.
今度は講師を逆にしてゲームをしたいな。
Later, I'd like to switch sides and try
俺が
another
出
one.
題して、それにあんたが挑戦する。
Like a puzzle. We'll see if you can solve it.
あんたが俺に勝つゲームだ。
A game for you to win against me.
もちろん、これまでのベアトとの戦いで培ったノウハウのすべてをつぎ込んだ。
Of course, I'm going to
超
use all
難
this
解なゲ
know-how
ー
I
ムにす
picked
る
up
ぜ。
in my fights with Beato to make it super hard.
俺が2連勝しちまうくらいのつもりのな。
I'm not giving up my winning streak that easily.
あんたもベアトも
Both you and
あんた
Beato.
たちってつくづく面白い考え方ね。
Interesting way of thinking.
何事？
Oh, how's that?
ゲームは勝敗を決するための手段でしょ。
A game is a means to decide who wins and
そ
loses,
し
right?
てそれを仕掛けるからには至上目的は自分の勝利のはず。
When you create one, your own victory should be your highest
なの
priority.
に自分が負けるかもしれないゲームをどうしてわざわざ仕掛けるの？
Why would you go through all the trouble of making a game you might lose?
絶対に勝てるゲームなんてつまらないだろ。
Where's the fun in a game you always
そん
win?
なのゲームじゃない。
Not even a game.
勝つか負けるか。
Victory
そ
and
のフェア
defeat.
なやりとりが面白いんじゃないか。
It's fun because you're taking part in a fair competition balance between those two
ゲーム
outcomes.
ってのは戦いじゃない。
Game isn't a fight.
コミュニケーションなんだ。その
Communication.
過程を楽しむ。
You have to enjoy the
勝敗
means.
という結果は、まあ、おまけみたいなもんさ。
If you manage to win in the end, well, that's just an added bonus.
やっと
Finally.
ベアトたちと私の考えの何が違うのかは
Finally,
っ
I
きりと
think
理解できたわ。
I clearly understand the difference between how all of you think and how I think.
違いって？
What do you mean?
あんたたちにはコミュニケーション、
For you, this is communication.
私にはそうでないというこ
It
とよ。
isn't for me. What was the answer for Burns' earlier game? You missed it because of dinner? Well, I'm curious if you had an idea of Burns, or I hope you saw Burns' earlier game, but if you didn't, the answer was that there was actually 2 theoretical answers, but the most likely one you came to was probably that Battler and his whole family are murderers. The alternative theory is that it's George and his family. But I think Battler's is the one you should come to. It was a fun little game, a short whodunit. The nice thing about it was that it was done basically just, they basically just handed you a list of facts, and you kind of had to like figure out who the killer was, except it was a long ass list of facts. In like a basic framework of a story. It was nice. It was probably one of the only times I've got to say, and I should say this now because, you know, I've complained about the guy being overly talkative. That was, for 1 minute there, it was like, wow, this is, you know, this feels like some actual brevity in the story. And then I remembered that we were doing a mini game inside of the actual game, and the mini game literally didn't tell us anything about the actual game, and I realized, wait, we were spending hours upon hours on this mini story. But the actual story and delivery itself, it felt very very smooth. Felt very smooth, and even a little bit rushed because but it was intentionally written that way, so it was kind of cool. Yeah. I mean, the story was cool. I liked the mini story, the mini game, solving it. It was actually kind of entertaining trying to guess it and having them ask you who it was. That wouldn't be a terrible game, honestly. Like as an actual game, they could even make them slightly longer. It was an interesting whodunit, even if it wasn't like super hard. And I like the fact they let you review everything at the end. It's not communication for you. World you live in must be pretty savage.
あんただって
And what about you?
ベアとのゲームを理解するまではそうだったはずよ。
Wasn't it the same for you until you understood Beato's
永
game?
遠のゲームは永遠の拷問。
An eternal game is eternal
その
torture.
苦しみをあんたはもうきれいさっぱり忘れてしまったというの。
Have you forgotten about the pain you suffered?
確かにそう思った日もあった。
Well, there were days I thought that, but now it's all been
もう
resolved.
決着はついた。そうなれば過去のことはぐちぐち言わない。
I won't complain about stuff that's in the
ノー
past.
サイドってやつだ。
I'm impartial, you might say.
そこに私とあんたの致命的な違いがある気がするわ。
That's the difference between you and me, I
あ
think.
んたにとっての永遠の拷問は笑って水に流せる程度のも
Your
の。
eternal torture was something you could laugh off and forget.
私にとってのそれは
Mine
そん
wasn't
な
nearly
生
so
優しい
trivial.
ものではなかった。そういうことだわ。
That's all there is to it. To be fair, she spent well over a century trapped in a game that wasn't actually going, and she had to create the game framework and the exit strategy, and then convince the game master that that was actually the game, which is considerably harder than just getting the message that the current GM is trying to tell you. Battler has like a receive message delivery, and Bernkastel has like a create the message concept, create the game concept, convince the GM to actually do work, and accept it as a solid concept for like a storyline, and then actually live it out, which she didn't even know she was supposed to be doing, and neither did the GM. So she had a much harder route if Hanyu is the GM for that. Because Hanyu forgot she was even playing a game, and Bernkastel was like, what, a piece? Yeah, that's oof. I don't know your
あんたの
history.
生い立ちは知らねえが苦労があったみたいだな。
Sounds like you had it rough.
なりごまごときのあんたに同情されるとは私も焼きが回ったもんね。
To think I'm getting sympathy from a mere former piece, I must be getting old. Bernkastel sipping the black tea Genji brought her gazed up at the ceiling with a faraway look. Battler may not have known her history, but even he was able to understand a bit of how she felt.
今のあんたは誰かの拷問に苛まれているのか。
Being tortured by someone right now?
まさか
Are you kidding?
私は自由人よ。
I'm free as can be.
誰の束縛も受けない。
I'm not bound by anyone's shackles.
ならよかったじゃねえか。
Good thing, isn't it?
少なくとも昔とは違う。
At least things are better for you now, right?
そうね。
Very
昔
true.
に比べたらだいぶマシだわ。
It's so much better than it once was.
退屈から逃げおおせるための長い長い終わりのない旅だけれど。
Though I am on a long, endless journey to escape from boredom.
ならこの出会いは少なくともお前にとってはいいもののはずだ。
Well, then, at the very least, us meeting here should have been a good thing for you.
そうね。敗北の味も多少は退屈から私を遠ざけてくれるわ。
Even the taste of defeat can keep my boredom at bay somewhat. No, no. Battler shook his head and laughed.
俺たちはフェアなゲームを戦って楽しんだ。
We've enjoyed fighting in
友
a
人同
fair
士だぜ。
game.
だから
And so?
もしお前の日々が退屈から逃げ回るためだけのものだというなら、
If your friends are filled with nothing but running away from boredom, or your days are filled with nothing but boredom, or running from
たま
boredom,
には俺たちのところに寄るといい。
feel free to drop by our place every now
俺
and
たち
then.
は友人を歓迎する。
We'd love to welcome a
そ
friend.
して友人を退屈から逃すためにいろいろなもてなしやねぎらいをするだろう。
And we'll be able to set up everything needed to help a friend escape from boredom.
この大ベルンカステルを一夜とて退屈から逃すもてなしをあんたらができると。
You think you can prepare a welcome interesting enough to help me, the great Burn Castell, escape boredom for even a single night?
ああ、
I do.
それが友人ってもんだ。
That's what it means to be a friend.
今夜のゲームでは俺たちが勝った。
We won tonight's
だか
game.
ら次に来るときは攻守を逆にしよ
Next time you come, we'll switch
う。今
sides.
度は俺たちのゲームであんたをもてなす。
This time we'll entertain you with one of our games.
もちろんあっさりと勝ちを譲るつもりはないぜ。
Of course, we don't intend to let you win
と
easily.
ことんひねった極悪な推理ゲームで挑戦してやるぜ。
We'll challenge you to a devilishly twisted logic
一夜
game.
で解かせるつもりなんかね
It won't be something you can solve
そ
in a
れこ
night.
そ数ヶ月頭をひねって滞在する羽目になるくらいのを用意してやるぜ。
It'll be good enough to make you stay for months racking your brains over it.
この大ベルンカステルを友人としてもてなすと。
You would entertain me, the great Burn Castell, as a friend?
ああ、
We
そうだ。
would.
あんたたちに付き合ってると
After talking with
せっ
you,
かくの梅干し紅茶もなんだかベタベタに甘くなってくるわ。
even this dried plum tea is starting to taste
やっ
sickly
てら
sweet.
んない。
What a pain.
ベアトに聞いたぜ。
I heard from
梅干し
Beato.
紅茶とやらが好物なんだってな。
Sounds like this dried plum tea stuff is one of your
金
favorites.
箔まぶした最高級梅干しを紅茶に放り込んでやるから、それを楽しみにしてまた来いってんだ。
Next time we'll throw in some high-class dried plums covered in gold leaf, so make sure you come again.
もし本気でそう思ってるならもう少しはマシな紅茶を用意することね。
Well, if you really plan to do that, try finding some better tea to
こ
start
んな
with.
まずい紅茶じゃ二度と来てやろうという気にはならないわ。
I'll never feel like coming again if you keep serving tea like this.
やれやれ。
Come on,
普
come
段
on.
はよっぽどお上品な紅茶を飲んでやがるらしいぜ。
The tea you're used to drinking must be pretty damn high
むしろ
class.
今度、その紅茶が飲めるところに招待しやがれ。
Next time, why don't you invite us somewhere we can drink some of that?
あんたは私が
Me invite you over?
フェアだろ。
It's only
俺
fair,
たち
right?
ももてなす。
We
だ
treat
から
you,
お前も俺たちをもてなせ。
and now it's your turn.
そうね。フェアだわ。
Would only be fair.
だからゲームもフェアに行こ
Let's have the game
う。
be
攻
fair
守を
too.
交代してまたゲームをしようぜ。
We'll switch sides and start a new
その
game.
機会を楽しみにしている。
I'm looking
今
forward to
回
it.
は俺たちの勝ちだったが、次はわからねえさ。
We won this time, but who knows about the next one?
そこまでおごれれば大したものだわ。
Some confidence you
で
have
も
there?
ね、あんたは一つ勘違いをしているわ。
And yet I'm afraid you're mistaken on one point.
何をだよ。
What's that?
私のゲームはまだ終わっちゃいないわ。
My game isn't over yet.
最後に勝つのはどちらかしらね。
I wonder who will win in the end. After taking one more sip of her black tea, Berncastel set her cup on the table wearing a thin smile.
ここの紅茶は甘すぎて飲めたもんじゃないわ。
He here's far too sweet. It was a mistake to have any.
源氏、ありがと
Thank you, Genji.
下げてちょうだい。
Take this away, please.
かしこまりました。
As you wish. Burnt Gastel asked for her tea to be taken away after taking only 2 sips. Battler smiled, realizing this is just Burn's way of being shy. And then? Nothing, apparently. Something's happening next, though. Battler, why are you smiling with such a foolish, optimistic face? If you really think this final game will be nothing but a happy epilogue, then I'll have to invite you to a proper game for bringing this tale to a close. Battler, you forget too easily. Don't you remember in whose hands lie the key to this final game? Okay. She did promise it didn't have a happy ending. The inside of my nose itched. I've never regained consciousness to a smell before. Oh, we're in Featherine's place? And slowly I open my eyes. Oh, we're in Featherine's place. Oh no. What's going on here? I should have known we hadn't seen the last of Featherine. Not that she's a villain, but okay. That's interesting, but I'm afraid we're gonna have to wrap things up here.